Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now expanding the whole world as we know it. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. Tuesday night, you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our 5th edition Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, where the sect of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. Why don't you go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and come join our community by following our Discord link, where we have over 150 players around, looking for a game to play in. So if you ever thought about running a game, you could run a game on our server, and we would absolutely love to open all of our resources on the server to you to do so. So please follow that Discord link and join our community and be part of the fun. Now, it would take some pretty incredible players and 2 very incredible guest stars to make tonight's story possible. So why don't we go ahead and introduce those players right now? Players, go ahead and say hi and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ Champagne, cosmonaut from the dimension of only babies, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
I like Cosmotot. It's cute. I'm Nori. I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Preston. I play Jason Dreams and Decay Thorn, Theurge of the Bone Gnar.
Howdy do, how are all of you? My name is Nick, and I am no longer playing a surprise guest character. I'll be playing Mist Over the Hill, a Theurge of the Silent Striders. Ooh.
And my name is Knack. I will be Shepherd Hunter, the Philodox of the Red Talons, also no longer a mystery, but only in name.
That dimension you come from, Champ, is my personal hell. I just want to mention, as a father to one 11-year-old, no babies, no more babies. We're done. We're done with children and babies in this generation. Anyway, let's go ahead and entertain those who are not babies and are currently presently watching this program by getting them caught up on what happened last week. Jester, along with Charles and Sean and Xander, arrived at the West Virginia Sept in Morgantown to be greeted by Trillium, who gave her a bit of a heads up, a little bit of a warning, and a welcome greeting to the Sept before Xander was taken into custody and masked because of his unknown origin, being a Camazotz when Camazotz are believed to be extinct. Needless to say, she was brought to a tribunal where she was greeted by Mountain Claw, Mist, and Shepherd, who were the three elders who gave her a little bit of the shakedown to see what her intentions were and if they were truly pure and worth proceeding. Now their plan is to go, after being convinced, to the Shrieking Cavern, the supposed location of a once Croatan sept that had the white bat as its spirit, but after the last Camazotz died, the cairn itself had collapsed, and now hoping to cure Xander's incoming corruption, his increasing corruption by Bat and the Worm, Jester hopes to free the white bat in order to restore him. Then in the second half, Aspen and Jace went to meet with Edward Bateman and finalize their deal, receive more iron that is sorely needed after they have diminished what resources they had. And to do so cost a pretty hefty price, one that is still yet to be felt in full. For an exchange of an extension of his territory and property, they received their iron. But that's not all they went into that meeting hoping to accomplish. They wanted to take away Bateman's favorite plaything, Mia, once friend of Jester, and were willing to pay a pretty heavy cost to do so, meaning that they would not interfere legally with any of the businesses that Bateman pursues or is involved with, as well as some other prices to be paid. Go back and watch that episode. It is a very, very good one. But let's get to tonight's story, where we find ourselves with the Sept leader going to meet once again with a hunter named Alice. Aspen, you made a deal with Alice where you would go and find out the fate of her flock, so to speak, her mentor in Reverend Thomas, as well as several other individuals from the Tampa Ministries who had been unceremoniously abducted by customs enforcement agents who had taken them not where they're supposed to go, not with due process, but to another facility, as rumors had been abound that the leeches had been involved with some sort of blood trade, that they were being abducted and sold for another purpose. Now, it's not for sure that the leeches are responsible, at least not the local leeches, but someone is responsible for these people disappearing when they're taken by the customs enforcement agents. Having done a little bit of research using Jace to go use the Streets Have Secrets to listen to the area, you were able to find a location. But you knew that wasn't going to be enough proof for Alice. So the Ratkin were sent out to investigate the facility as well and get any kind of evidence to prove that the abducted individuals could be found there. They returned with some pretty sufficient evidence, enough for you to feel like you have a convincing argument to bring to Alice, but no photos actually contain any of the members that were taken. So it is still kind of unsure, but you're pretty confident using Jace's gift and the photos from the Ratkin that you can report back to her and try to further the established relationship the two groups have a tenuous relationship at best, since the day you met her, Alice has viewed you as a monster that needs to be dealt with, but one that hasn't been problematic enough to be at the top of her list of problems to deal with. So as you arrive at the once Tampa Ministries, now a boarded up facility after the raid caused a significant amount of damage, and there aren't enough staff members to keep it open any longer as the community gathering space, the multi-denominational faith-based organization. You arrive to see the same plywood over the doors and windows. There is graffiti now on the plywood itself, because despite their best efforts, when a graffiti artist sees a blank canvas, they can't help themselves but make their mark. Having let Alice know that you were coming to meet with her, you received very little resistance at the door, but you were able to make note of what appeared to be sentries, possibly even snipers, on the roof, who clocked your approach from the moment you arrived. As you were entered in, you were brought back into the bowels of the building, back to the private room where the neighborhood watch, a cell of those hunters, a ramshackle group that's come together and been militarizing, especially ever since the abduction. There is Alice, as well as a few other rather nondescript members of the cell gathered nearby. As you enter in, everyone, gets a little bit more tense, stiffens up as they see you arrive. But once Alice gives a calming kind of gesture, everyone else relaxes and goes back about their business as they were. Alice is a young woman that could be anywhere from 17 to 25. She has one of those faces that keeps her looking extremely young, but it's the wear and tear of life that ages her, that weighs upon her. The bags under her eyes, her unhoused attire as someone who seems to have been pulled from the streets and is now calling this their home. It just makes her look older, but something about her face, despite all of that, looks so young. Too young to be in a position like this. But as you know, the power that dwells beneath that very innocent-looking exterior, you know that that experience has made her something to be reckoned with, possibly something to be feared if you come from beneath the veil or the masquerade. She sits at a folding chair and a wooden table where maps have been printed out, locations have been X'd off. You can even see on the wall there's a bit of a red string conspiracy board forming where they have pictures of vans with red string linking to locations, but then you can look to another map to see that location has been checked and marked off. They also have some areas marked on there with question marks. Places like Drew Park and other locations where it is believed that maybe something of interest awaits at those locations, but due to the question marks that are marked, they can't say for certain. Alice looks up with those dark eyes of hers and addresses you with a very stilted dip of her head before waving a fingerless gloved hand to the chair across from her. As you take in the smell of the room, using all of your senses around you, you can smell a mix of gunpowder and sweat. This seems to be a place where they have literally been living for several weeks. And while the place has facilities like a shower that can be used, there's that odor that just kind of clings when a bunch of people are put together, almost like a college dorm or a locker room. Just gets that funk in it. Roll me a wits and awareness before we begin the conversation with Alice. as you make your way to the table, your eye is drawn over to a plastic tub that sits off to the side on top of one of the crates of what you can guess is ammunition or supplies or something of the like. But because of the way, even in the dusky light of the room, it glimmers and shines. You recognize it to be silver that has been collected either in jewelry or in bars that are purchased online or something of the sort. It looks like they have been preparing themselves potentially for a problem should one arise so that they will not be caught off guard. But Alice notices your glance but says nothing as she gestures to the chair for you to sit.
Aspen will sit with a folder of different findings of the photos that were able to be gotten and just some GPS kind of layouts of what the area might look like for her to give to Alice after this conversation.
It's been a few weeks. Have you found anything?
We have gotten some information, really helpful information.
What have you found?
She'll kind of lay the pictures out, and well, I had one of mine go looking, as well as some friends of ours, and it seems that most of the people who have been taken are at the Air Force Base. They're being held in a private hangar within.
She nods as she takes in the information, absorbing it. She looks to the folder in your hand and extends a hand out to take it.
Push it forward.
She opens the folder and starts rifling through the pictures, spreading them out across the table. Isn't a lot to go on, are you sure?
My people are thorough, and they've done some looking, and we've double checked even to get any more information that we can. And it seems that's where they're holding the people they're taking.
This one of your special gifts gets you this information, because these photos don't tell me anything other than vans and an armed hangar military base, which is not all that surprising.
The one that's been offering up large donations since we've last met. He has some abilities.
Right? If you're certain, then we'll move on the facility and you can consider the help given.
We do have a little bit more information that might be helpful if you're planning on pursuing this, which I assume you are. There's about anywhere from 6 to 8 military personnel guarding at any given time. Also, this might be self-explanatory, but it being an Air Force base, there's people at the front. They check IDs, so that'll be something you might need in your pursuit.
She nods a few times before looking around the room and then making eye contact with another guy and says, "Do we have anyone available? Take IDs." They're out on a run at the moment, but we can do what they can do when they get back. I don't know if they're military grade ID makers, but they've definitely made enough fake IDs for us to get by. She nods with a little bit of a sigh at the end of the nod. All right. This
If
is
you
appreciated.
absolutely need any help as far as IDs, I could see what maybe could be done on our end.
What would it cost?
doesn't have a cost. Bringing you the information was the exchange. Extras above that is helping people that are hurting.
She pauses for a moment, again absorbing the information that you're giving. And you can see a flash of skepticism in her eyes about helping people, but she stuffs that down. She seems to push past it. Because while you're being honest and legitimate, she has no reason to doubt. And in fact, you've already done a great service to the ministries by bringing this information. There's a healthy bias to be had, especially by one of her standing, especially considering the things they've encountered and seen over these last few months, including the infected due to the plants. Thank you. I
know.
appreciate whatever help you have to give.
I know you see us as monsters, and I can't change that perspective. But we do have similar wants, and that's to keep people safe. If all of the others are vastly different, that's where we have common ground.
That, Miss Weiss, is where you're wrong. You have been changing my mind. All of our minds. We have all experienced tragedies due to the unknown, the inexplicable. And well, it makes things difficult to overcome. I lost one of my parents in a park when rampaging monsters were moving through the woods. She was out there hiking. And ever since then, I've had a very hard edge when it comes to these types of things. So I ask you to forgive me.
I think it's understandable, but when it comes to these people who are hurting your friends, they've hurt my friends too, so at least on that part I can relate.
Well, in that regard, I have some information of my own that might be of use to you. We've been tracking the movements of these vans as best as possible, and we have reason to believe they are setting up distribution centers or underground purchasing facilities around the area, especially in some of the more overlooked neighborhoods. Not in the city itself, but on the outskirts. Now, we haven't been able to get definitive proof or catch them in the act. But something is happening. There's been a shift, a change.
Are you aware of any exact locations, anything kind of reduced to be aware of?
We were able to narrow it down definitively to one when one of our people was able to track a similar van to the castle in Ybor City. Seems they have a weekly gathering there on weekends where these vans bring many people. Now, they could be party goers, but from what we've seen, they don't look like party goers. They don't look like club goers. They're always extremely obedient, lucid as they're brought into the facility.
Can I, storyteller, roll an insight? I kind of want to get a vibe of how well she would be able to exchange information. Basically, what I would like to do is tell her potentially about treaty situations, so they're aware. But if she seems unsafe with that information, I would like to suss
Sure.
that out.
Let's make the insight check. She is very hard to read a lot of the time, her expression being very flat. Now, that could be due to exhaustion or an unwillingness to be vulnerable, even despite the very vulnerable thing she just told you.
That's 3. And I assume I'm at a rage 1. Yes?
Yes, absolutely. Looking her over, again, you see somebody who has experienced a great deal, and somebody who is not, in your own experience, that ignorant to deception. For the first time you met her, plainly put, she seemed crazy, barking like a dog at you, talking and working under Reverend Thomas's watching eye in a very erratic manner. But ever since Thomas was taken, and all your encounters after that, she has been a completely different person. Somebody that you can assume is road weary, life weary, but is driven to do good, to protect, and clearly has taken it to the next level with the creation of this cell. This information would probably be acceptable to share, but her reaction to that information is questionable at best. If she even tries to make the connection that the two of you are working together without any kind of explanation for it or any kind of, solid reasoning for her to not react poorly, it's not the kind of information that would go over well. She doesn't seem versed in the politics of their kind or how any of that works. She just sees them as predatory, uncivilized monsters. Kind of like she was viewing you for a while.
Okay. I'll lean in. We know a few businesses, a few places that are run by them, by the leeches. And I could give you that information if you think it would help you at all in your endeavors.
Information would help. But if you know of these places, why haven't you done any?
That's difficult. I think you would understand, with Piney Point being our biggest hurdle when it comes to the humanity of it all around here. That's where we want to keep our focus. And if we push too far towards them, we can't watch our back while we're actively trying to stop a threat on the other side.
It's hard to prioritize which innocent lives are worth sacrificing and which aren't. Yes, I understand that very well. I've encountered this threat that you speak of, but only being able to focus on the Reverend and our people. All right, that would help. But after your problem is handled, we're planning to do something about it. The last thing we need is to step on each other's toes.
We plan on taking, if we can get the information we need, we plan on taking a subverting approach, not an active attack approach.
Her brow furrows as she maintains eye contact with you. Why?
things are complicated between my people and their people, and it goes against some things that have been established between my people. But unfortunately, it was a situation we had to put into action to keep my people safe while also trying to subvert Piney Point.
Speak plainly, Miss Weiss. You're playing a lot of verbal hopscotch, and I really don't have the patience for it.
I apologize. Comes with the occupation, I guess. We have an agreement. We have an agreement with the leeches. They have a specific territory that they are allowed to move within, and we have restrictions within that area at night. And I'll be the first to tell you that it was not something we wanted to do, but we did out of necessity.
Give me a charisma and persuasion. Yes, you can use beautiful, but your favor does not count. She is not of authority.
Four.
You're sure it's absolutely necessary.
Yes, there's a lot that I don't know if makes a whole lot of sense to you with our culture. There is an honor of it all, so I can't actively break this agreement. But I will do everything I can to make sure that this arrangement is difficult within the parameters of the agreement that we have.
She pushes her chair out and stands up and starts pacing on the other side of the table, but seems to be maintaining her composure for the most part, even though there is a little bit of an edge for her voice as she says, "You know what they're doing, don't you?"
I do.
You're okay with that. You can live with that.
Not okay with it. Absolutely not okay with it. But this is becoming a chess game with a lot of moving pieces, and if I don't move with strategy and accuracy and logic, we all lose. And they continue to do what they have done in leaps and bounds from what they've been doing already.
She chews on her bottom lip for a minute, again considering your words. She seems to be very carefully choosing how to address this matter and holding back this obvious frustration and rage within. But because of how you explained it, and because of your honesty, it's being tempered. What are the terms of this arrangement, specifically?
They have their territory, and if you'd like, we can give you that information as well. That way you can work within those parameters. Within that territory, they move freely. When they leave that territory, it's a free game for us if they're found. But we are not allowed to be in that territory within the time frame of nightfall to sunrise. And on top of that, legally, I can't restrict Bateman from doing his work. And up until recently, we were restricted from these businesses that I had previously mentioned, but now we can move freely through them, but we will be tagged like dogs.
Realize this agreement is only buying them time to prepare for their betrayal. Told them how to avoid, how to be careful, giving them everything they need.
I understand, and this is why I have some ideas of working around some of the things, cutting their food supply off even more than we already have. I know that they have hospitals close to their territory, as well as other moving parts. But I do have a request to you, not a I did this for you, now do this for me. This is just a request of maybe our people working together, not in an overt way, but in a discreet way.
What do you have in mind?
Supplies that you may need, weapons if that's necessary. We also have people on our side. Like I said, with the IDs, we have some people who can get around technology. We have some people that can get information stealthily if you need that. I'm sure you guys are well equipped, but anything that you may see as a weakness, we'd be willing to help maneuver around. It's just we can't be connected to you, because if they know, then they will come after you and us.
She nods a few times before stopping her pacing back and forth and looking directly at you. Hypothetically, after Piney Point, after the vampires, what then? What's your plan after that?
My plan is to stay here within the city, to establish contacts, communications with others, to continue to make sure that people who would see this place as a breeding ground for corruption, as a consumerism pit of destruction, fail. And that land thrives here, and that people thrive here without the corruption and the strings of the puppeteers around them.
What would you build in its stead? Assuming that it's all connected, or how would they move on?
You mean the leeches, or how would people move on?
People, if they've been under their control or corruption for a great long while, is that a thread that, if pulled, is going to unravel the entire tapestry of the city? And if so, what are you going to do in its stead to prevent that?
I hope to put others in their place, as far as politically, as far as consumer-wise, to have others keep an eye on who's filling those holes and make sure that they're not doing the harm that was done before. As far as what the leeches do to humans, that's something I'm not quite sure of how to rectify, but I hope to figure something out.
It's going to be a lot more difficult to remove any kind of threat like that than you think, especially with this extra time they're afforded to embed themselves like a tick further in
I will be completely honest with you, Alice. I don't think that we'll ever be able to fully eradicate them to extinction. But I'm hoping to make them manageable.
I can accept your proposition, but I think there need to be some safeguards or conditions to it. Where people clearly have abilities that make you especially dangerous, especially to individuals like me. My collection, volunteers. What assurances do I have that it isn't just a matter of time before we're replacing one monstrous overlord with another? How can you be confident that you know best the way forward instead of the predators that have already been a problem in the city?
I know that my word and my truth isn't a tangible thing for you to hold, but I can't promise that I know best. I don't think anyone knows best. As much as I'm a monster, I'm still a human as well. And I can do my best to fix it and to make it better for this area, for all of us, but I can't promise that there won't be mistakes and there won't be bumps and bruises along the way. But as far as your people, I've never considered eradicating you all. From this point and from before, I've always seen us as two people, maybe not on the same side, but adjacent sides. And that we had a mutual understanding that your side is safe from us and our side is safe from you.
Your word has been gaining weight more and more, and in the aftermath of this operation, she taps the table where the photos lie. It may have a great deal of value. But I'm sure you'd understand that I need to be sure.
I think that's only fair.
She, from her standing position, steps around the table. For my own sake, I need to do something. Make sure that I'm doing what's best to protect my people. But I don't force obedience. Consent is important. What I'm going to do won't hurt, and it won't probe any deeper than I need to. But I need to know. Your heart matches your tongue.
I think informed consent is necessary. I just want to know what you're planning on doing exactly.
Your people have abilities, and so do I. I can determine the purity of one's heart, purity of their intentions. If you are as honest and honorable as you say you are, there won't be a problem. But if there's something you're not telling me, no matter how much you obscure it, I will find it.
Okay, but how can I have those same assurances from you?
goes around comes around. There's some sort of test. I'd be happy to take it in exchange.
That won't be necessary now, but if there are issues in the future, you'd be willing to keep that word?
There are issues in the future, and they are muddled or cloudy. Yes. If there is a clear offense, I think we'll know it won't matter.
Understandable. Please, if it'll give you peace of mind.
She moves around the table and sits upon it so that she's eye level with you, maybe a little bit above, even though she's very short, so her stature keeps her low, similar to your own. She closes her eyes and reaches out a hand and presses it high on your chest, just about where your heart would be. She begins murmuring something in Latin. And as she does so, her eyes open, and they are completely without pupil, without iris, just solid white all the way through. And as you see those eyes, almost like a flash, you blink for a moment and you feel a pressure on your mind. You feel a gentle intrusion, so to speak. Not forceful, but you can feel it probing around. After a few moments, the murmuring stops and she closes her eyes once more, withdrawing her hand. You feel the pressure withdraw. And as her eyes open again, they're softer, possibly than you've ever seen. They're not hardened and pale, almost colorless at times, like gray rather than the brown that they actually are. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize.
It's not an apology for what I've done, but an apology for what you've experienced. Hardship. I didn't go further than looking for the truth, but some of it still weighs heavy upon you. Some of it is as clear as day, as if you were wearing some sort of merit badge or a scar on your exterior. So rather than an apology, consider it empathy. I too understand loss and hardship and pain. It's just hard to see another experiencing that pain vividly.
Thank you for seeing me.
Thank you for letting me in. Only a little. Pushes herself off the table and returns to her side.
But I hope that shows that we hope for similar things.
It does. But anyone, supernatural or otherwise, with enough strain, break. So let's do each other a favor and not add any more unnecessary strain than we already have.
I agree.
If something happens out of your control, I will do you the courtesy of explaining yourself or taking some kind of accountability before taking any action. I understand, or believe I understand, that what you are, if any of the research and studies are true, you can lose control yourself. I will give you the courtesy of a forewarning if I have to do something. Step in. I'll give you an opportunity to explain. Burned that much, at the very least.
And I think that goes both ways. Anything that we're unaware of, that we come across, we owe it to you an explanation as well.
Very well. We have resources, certain supplies, but we lack certain abilities. You have to understand, most of the volunteers in this cell come from similar origins as I do. From the street, having lost a great deal one way or another, but primarily due to something unknown, something terrible. That being said, those resources have a limit, and the majority of our skills are in survival and some military training. So any assistance outside of that would be appreciated. Like with the IDs. For sure. What we make wouldn't work. Need a way in.
Could work on that for you. We desperately need the help with Piney Point, but this relationship moving forward, I still see as beneficial for both of us. We would just have to find a way to communicate without being known of our affiliation. They have eyes everywhere, even when we don't know.
I'd be happy to offer what assistance we can, should this all pan out well at Piney Point, but I have a feeling we will be out of our league in events such as that.
Just any supplies that you could help us with. Holy water, whatever you could maybe help in that regard.
She gives a very, tired and empty smile at the mention of holy water. Strangest things bring us together. Have you coming back for more? Like I said, if everything pans out well, we can talk about it, or I can see what I can do. It's as simple as putting some oil in water or pouring it in the right bowl and saying the right words, but see what I can do.
And we'll get you those IDs.
I'm curious about one thing. Why aren't there any confirmable sightings of your people, considering how much damage you're capable of doing, considering that not all of you are necessarily good, how is it not known?
Surface level, we make sure it's not. We live by a code. More, I guess you could say, on the mystical. People don't do well seeing us in our forms.
She nods again, still processing. Her mind always seems to be working, trying to decode some of the wording or put pieces together to understand, but she just doesn't ask a follow-up question. She just nods. All right. Suppose that's good enough for me. Again, that would complicate things to our being able to assist directly at Piney Point, but I'll see what I can do in terms of supplies. I believe the last time we spoke, you spoke of iron being what's necessary to destroy these infection.
Right.
These infected individuals. While we might not be able to help financially, we do have those amongst our ranks that have the ability to craft, especially ammunition, as there have been a variety of circumstances where regular ammunition seems pointless. One thing I can tell you is if you bring us some of this iron, we can craft it into ammunition for you.
That would be abundantly helpful. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. All of this hinges on the quality of your information, of course. But this is a good start. And one way or another, I won't leave a bad position. You haven't earned that.
Well, I have it on good authority that you'll find what you're looking for.
I will take your word for that.
Hence why already looking towards the future of our working relationship.
Never thought I'd say it, but I as well. She extends a hand out to you for a handshake.
I extend my hand as well.
As you clasp hands, solidifying the agreement, almost unexpectedly and without any malice or purpose, you feel a sensation wash over you as she clasps your hand. You feel anger start to diminish and melt away, like it's thawing out of winter. You lose a point of Hoglusk. Don't let them break you, she says, staring you in the eyes before she releases your hand.
I'll pull my hand away slowly and kind of rub my hands together, almost rubbing off the sensation, even though it wasn't strange, or it wasn't bad, but it was strange. I won't.
Definitely like a pins and needles feeling and like a residual heat coming off of your palm, as if it was almost siphoned out of your hand by her touch. But within moments, dissipates.
I won't, and Thank you.
Thank you for always coming to this door with peaceful intentions. What this place was meant for, and hopefully will one day be again.
And all of this aside, just person to person, if you need any help with that financially, I'm here.
You have a donation box. Feeling so inclined. Although it was broken in the raid, so we'll have to make a new one.
I'll work on that.
She gives another tired smile, and as you're looking over her again, you see her skin has paled a little bit more. She's got more exhaustion, kind of red rimmed eyes, the kind you get when it seems like you've been awake for at least 24 hours. I believe that concludes this. Unless there was anything else you needed.
No, that was it.
Go in peace. And until the next time we talk, I will let you know how everything turns out, the information you gave. Hopefully for the best.
And I'll have someone discreetly drop things off to you for your endeavors.
Thank you. She then stands up from the other side of the table again and walks over to you and leads you to the door, taking you all the way to the front doors, which are covered in the plywood and often locked. She opens it, holds the door open to you, and having been submerged in this dark and dusky environment for this entire conversation, you didn't realize how much your eyes had adjusted to this almost lightless environment, aside from a few occasional light bulbs. So the sun hits you with full force as the door opens. But there's something less offensive to it. Every day you've woken up recently, there's been a weight on your shoulders, a unpurposeful gnashing of teeth. This time, it feels warm, even with the winter temperatures.
As I walk out and I take a deep breath, really taking in the moment of smelling the air, I'll pull out my phone to send a text to Artie that says, new project, don't worry, I'll make it worth it. And then like a winky face, and then like a little military guy emoji. And then closing that, I'll look at the unopened voicemail and I'll stare at it. And then hesitating, push the button and put it to my ear.
As the voicemail starts off, you hear the familiar beeping of a heart monitor in a hospital. You hear slow and kind of rattly breathing before it starts. Aspen. I don't know if I did something. Deserve your silence. Don't know. Perhaps you're just busy. The life you've made for yourself, and I'm very happy for you. They tell me I don't have a lot of time left. So I think it's only fair that I tell you I love you, the daughter I was supposed to have. And I know Chaos would be very proud of you for everything you've accomplished. The only one who could possibly have loved you more than me is him. I know we tried everything we could. We'll never get a solid answer to the question of what happened. Some things in this life don't get closure. But I don't want to leave you feeling guilty. I don't want to leave you sad. So just know, when the time does come, whatever you may have thought did wrong, want to avoid me, distance yourself from your past and the life we lived together. I forgive you. Because no wrong overcomes what you meant to me, the time that we had, and what you'll continue to mean to me as I leave this world and join the others. Please, if nothing else, take care of yourself. I love you. Spirits watch over you. He hangs up the phone.
She'll stare at the phone, put it back in her pocket, start to walk, and then pull her phone back out of her pocket and send a group text to the pack and say, I need to talk to everyone. I might need a hiatus. And then just send it. And then send one more to Artie. And it just says, family trip, ? And she'll put her phone back in her pocket.
What's going through Aspen's mind after the meeting with Alice, and now finally facing something that she has been fearing, has been avoiding, at least partially?
With everything going on, with Piney Point, with the leeches, with everything, it's hard to really think about anything else. But then it's also avoiding and having a good reason to. And if anything, talking to Alice, as corny as it all sounds, but with that handshake, with that conversation, she knows that she needs to take a leap of faith. And that means, regardless of everything, things need to be put to rest.
So as you head over to the Jeep, climbing in, driving away, we transition from a place of resistance, resilience, faith, to the exact opposite as we find ourselves in Piney. Jace, you've been given a very important task. It's your job to escort the film crew into Piney Point, the documentary crew. See if you can get eyes on what lies beneath the surface. Eyes on this threat that has been looming causing constant problems for you for almost a year now. Thankfully, you're not alone. Because Artie, under the cover of being a producer for this documentary special, is with you. For you are not going to ignore your sect leader's order of the buddy system. Not this time, at least. So as the film crew van arrives, you find yourself at the end of a stretch of dirt and gravel road that leads out onto the street. And at the end, just nearing the street, is a fence, tall and long, that stretches around the exterior. The top of the fence is lined with barbed wire. And there's a sign that says, "No trespassing, keep out." Positioned every 40 or 50 feet along the fence line. As you approach the gate that is lining the property, you see that there's an individual already waiting for you at the fence line, a golf cart parked off to the side. They seem to be an employee of the facility, from what you can tell. Human, seemingly nondescript, in their early to mid 20s. A man who's wearing a security uniform. He steps up and undoes the lock on the fence before pulling it open. He looks towards the driver of the van and says, "You can proceed through to the checkpoint." They give a nod, holding up their press badge before starting the vehicle and driving forward. What's going through your mind heading into this situation? And you are at Rage 3 going in, as this is a very tense situation, especially for you, who's been impatiently wanting to resolve this, and especially after the vision you received some weeks ago. This is not the best place to be without being ready to just fight, without being ready to just destroy it, not knowing what horrors await, how they plan on dealing.
Yeah, right now as they're driving in, going past a few different things, he's putting in his mind the different things from the vision. And then for a moment, he's like, Artie and I might be able to do this. And he immediately pushes that out, remembering who they are, and that, no, they can't. But he wants to get in there and just start rending the place back to rubble, make it nothing. But he is here on a job, so he's trying to push that back to the forefront of his mind, trying to get it back to where it needs to be. But that vision keeps pushing forward of everyone fighting this looming cloud that sits over Piney Point, and the choices that lead up to that. Are the choices here going to dictate what he saw in his vision, or is this a point where he can change what he saw?
What are his thoughts in regards to the 4-person crew not aware of this world of darkness, not aware of the true threat that lays beneath, just simply here to do a job that they were hired to do by Aspen, get recordings?
He's been hanging out with Charles too much, and he sees him as a liability, and that's the only word that can really come to his mind right now. But there's that part, because they aren't Guru, they're not going to be paid too close attention. Yeah, they're doing a film documentary, but if anyone's really going to be drawing the attention, it's going to be the 2 guys that are on the radar. They're not going to be paying too much attention to these regular people.
And what about changelings? Those that were taken. They have to be here somewhere. At least as far as your information goes. How do you feel about that?
He's trying to keep that part down. He's aware that they're here, but if he focuses on that too much, he will abandon the buddy system. He'll just try and go find them. He will use his gifts the best that he can to divert from the plan. He's been told that he shouldn't be suppressing feelings, but that's one that he can't let out right now.
As the van rolls down the long, several 100-yard, maybe even 1,000-yard driveway, roll me a wits and awareness.
Three.
As you draw closer and closer to the facility, passing the small hill that breaks the eye line from the street to the facility, you see the large concrete stacks over the hill, but there's no smoke coming from them, as operations have ceased thanks to Aspen's efforts. Now, you've received descriptions of Piney Point, its state. You've even seen in your own vision what you expect to be a land of confusing nightmares, drawn from the bowels of some sort of hellscape. But as you round the bend, crossing to the other side, see a well-manicured lawn. Trees that look like they've been trimmed and tended to, and even the bushes that line the property by the facility bear no malice. They don't look like the thorny bushes that you've been told they are, the snaring bushes tipped with silver thorns. No, they just look like hedges, well trimmed and managed. There's no sign, at least at the exterior of the facility, of any infection or wrongdoing. As you pull up the guard checkpoint, there are a couple of more guards inside the booth, and you can see in the rearview mirror the golf cart pulling up behind with the security personnel who was there to let you in. They ask for IDs, which the film crew hand over. They take a couple of notes on a clipboard before doing a rudimentary search of the vehicle, just asking for the back doors to be opened, looking over the equipment, which Artie is happy to take them through all the various equipment, opening the containers and showing that there's nothing hidden within inside. And they seem to be satiated, satisfied by this. And so they walk back into the guard booth and press a button that allows this automatic gate to slide open. Roll me a wits and investigation.
Can I use my favorite of things overlooked?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's 5.
While everything looks too good to be true, too clean, too nice, having heard of a haze that covers the area in yellow, infected spores, having heard of the bushes that will reach out and literally entwine you, remembering the sting of those vines from your fight with a divine monstrosity. Everything looks too perfect. But then you see it. The fence looks freshly painted. The gate especially. But somebody missed a spot. Because beneath the new replacement of a fence and gate, you see a small shimmer and sheen of unpainted silver metal beneath the paint.
Gonna look at that and nudge Artie kind of so he matches my eye line.
Following your eye line, his eyebrows raise. Really did seem too squeaky clean, and he reaches down and pulls out his phone and takes a quick snapshot of the area for later investigation. As the van's brought in, it's pulled up to one of the buildings nearby. You can see the greenhouse in the distance beyond, but this seems to be primarily a loading dock and administrative office building. Off to another side, you see a long channel that seems to go out to the bay, but the channel looks like it has been cleaned thoroughly, and that there's no runoff going from the channel and into the water. As you approach the building, the front door to it opens, and a woman in business attire, mini skirt, high-heeled shoes, and blonde hair tied back up in a bun with spectacles steps out, holding a clipboard of her own, the most brilliant smile upon her face as she comes to greet the incoming vehicle. Once the vehicle stops, people start to climb out. He waits patiently as they unload their equipment and says, "Welcome to Piney Point." I have to say, we weren't expecting a documentary to be done, but you'll find that we have no secrets to hide. She continues to smile, and her smile, while dazzling, is filled with venom. And her smile almost seems a little bit wider than it should be for such a diminutive figure. But as everyone finishes unloading the equipment, Artie pulls you aside. Hey, I'm going to be focusing on the equipment and watching the backs of the crew here. Feel up to doing the talking?
Well, yeah, sure, why not? Do I have to play nice?
Tip our hand. Don't forget,
All
this
right.
is an home field advantage. I know or have come to learn how these people, we could disappear and they could make sure nobody finds out. But don't get too cocky.
Never.
He then smiles and continues to unload the equipment, putting some headphones on, like producer's headphones, linked up to a small pack. He has a handheld tablet that looks like it's a monitor that monitors the cameras. At this point, as you move towards who you have heard to be called Vanessa, she says, "My name's Vanessa Smith. It's lovely to meet you." And she holds out a hand to you.
Yeah, I have a look at the ID that Artie gave.
Yeah. Your name is Roger Stein, but Roger H. Stein.
He'll stretch his hand forward. Roger Stein, H. Stein, but you can call me Raj.
It's a pleasure to meet you. And you see, looking over at Artie, that his name tag says Andrew Weber, Andrew L. Weber.
Thanks for having us come by. We're very excited for this.
Well, we're excited to have you. Something about her handshake feels raining. For the remainder of the scene, you are not able to recover willpower.
Okay.
Follow me. And
Gladly.
she takes you into the administration building, the film crew starting to film, Artie watching the tablet intensely with a focus of he's gonna find something. And from what you heard as you were on your way to Piney Point, he was adjusting the equipment to be able to pick up certain images or heat signatures or things that wouldn't normally be detected or seen by a standard video camera. You're taken through the administration wing where you see people hard at work, working on paperwork, although they can only work so hard, again, as the facility isn't in active operations. But from what you can see and tell, regardless of the fact that the building has been shut down, a wait list is forming for orders for when they open back up again. In fact, phones are ringing and these individuals are picking them up, answering questions, taking down information and names. At this point, Vanessa explains that this is the dispatch and processing wing and the administrative offices. She then goes on to lead you into the garage where you can see that the loading docks are several empty pallets stacked up to one side, but several more up in kind of these steel girdered rafters that have been built are filled with bags, just awaiting for the property to open again, possibly stuff that was processed before the shutdown order was given.
Looking around, he'll stop. You know, Vanessa, I'm very impressed with how clean of a facility you have. Like, I figured like a place that has this kind of distribution would be a lot messier, would have grime, and the administrative I figured would be a lot more screaming and yelling about the more like warehouse workers and not so much bookkeepers.
Oh, I think you'll find that our reputation is being actively tarnished by others who don't believe in the permits that we have taken. But I can show you that efficiency, cleanliness, eco-consciousness are at the top of our list of priorities.
Well, that's really good to hear. That's going to be great for this document, just to make sure we get the truth out there about what's going on.
That's our desire. We want nothing but the truth to be given in these circumstances. You can see that we abide by the request to be shut down by the judge's order, but we have, as I said, nothing to hide. She takes you over to a table where one of the bags of fertilizer lays out on the table. She has another employee, somebody who probably works on the loading dock, cut with an X-Acto knife open the bag. And she proceeds to go into an explanation of what the fertilizer is made of and how it's processed following all the eco standards. And she puts on gloves and pulls out handfuls of the fertilizer, making sure that the camera gets a good shot of it as she's spreading the dirt out, revealing nothing but the expected natural and raw materials that would make up such a product.
Question, Vanessa. I see that you're wearing gloves. So now this is a completely natural thing. If this got in contact with your skin at all, anything that you need to do afterward, like wash it off immediately or anything like that?
There's nothing toxic about the material. In fact, you'd want to wash off your hands simply to keep them from being smudged with dirt. Now, I just got my nails done, so I didn't
Fair.
want to ruin such a fantastic job. But I can assure you, and she looks towards the docking person and they hold out their hands completely without any coverage. She places the material into their hands. You have nothing to fear.
He'll point to the camera, make sure that they're getting that part. Good. Just want, again, transparency on everything. That will be questioned if that was just you with gloves. So I want to make sure that we're getting all of it.
Of course. Again, you have nothing to hide.
Good.
Roll me a wits and occult.
Bane's come in effect here?
I'll say no, not for this roll.
Four.
Looking around at this facility, seeing the loading docks also look clean, unmarred. There's not even like rubber tire treads from loading dollies, which if anybody's been in a loading dock before, those are pretty much permanently staining the ground in areas for one reason or another. But at this particular place, no. Now it's possible it could have been painted over during the downtime since the facility closed, but it would have had to be a very, very thorough paint job. And if the fence is any indication, they're not being that thorough, or else you wouldn't have seen what you saw. Something about this entire atmosphere feels fabricated. Not natural in any way. Even the walls, the bags, the people that you've encountered, the employees. Something doesn't feel genuine and real. Definitely enough to get past normal human eyes. They would see an efficient plant working optimally and unjustly having their operations ceased. But it's just too squeaky clean. The people are just too perfect. Something is wrong. Something in your gut says that this isn't normal. This isn't real.
Looking around with that, gonna look at the cameraman. Hey, get me with this guy. He'll walk over to the person who had their hands out. So what do you think about working here? Just a quick little questionnaire. So what do you experience on a day-to-day here?
I gotta tell you, I've worked in a lot of warehouses in my life, and I've never seen one run so efficient. They care about our well-being. In fact, they do regular check-ins to make sure that safety standards are being followed, that we are making as little impact as possible on ourselves or the environment. The lengths that they go to, I feel like I should be doing this job for free, he says with a grin and a chuckle.
But you're not though, right? Like they are paying you.
No, I have
Okay.
full benefits, a very, very comfortable living.
Good. All right. Well, that's really good to hear. Oh, sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Thomas.
Thomas.
They call me Big Tom
Raj.
here on the docks.
It's very nice to meet you. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. I don't want to impede what you're doing anymore. Just wanting to get everything out. But thank you, Thomas.
She then takes you out of the garage and takes you to a toxic waste distribution or containment area. And looking at it, it seems like there is very little, if any, toxic material being discarded here. If anything, it looks like it comes from their testing labs, which are positioned along the back of the greenhouse that you see as you draw closer to it. Now, you don't know the law and what's required for proper displacement, but you do know, health inspectors, having run a bar and having served food in the past. And this looks like a inspector's wet dream, with how everything is perfectly in its place, organized, labeled. The containers are sealed, doubly sealed, to make sure any material is properly stowed. You see on the fence surrounding that little area a permit hanging, although there is a note on the permit being under further review. And then next to it, a placard of a waste management company, especially in chemical waste or toxic waste. It looks like, based off of the placard, they get regular pickups from that company. Roll me a wits or intelligence and finance, if you have it.
Yeah, I got 1 dot in it.
Okay.
That's 4 with a crit.
So you've been learning a great deal at the cairn, whether it's overhearing Charles's lectures to the pups, the hellhounds, whether it's just through your own inquiry and research. And the name of the management company, the waste distribution company, sets off like a flag in your mind. This waste management company is a Pentex subsidiary.
Vanessa, that again, this place, I feel like I could eat off the ground here and I would actually be healthier from it.
Well, when you handle the materials we handle, I'm a little bit OCD, I suppose, in that way. I want to make sure that we have a clean environment. Speaking of which, why don't we check out the laboratory?
Yeah, absolutely. Your higher up's got to be super happy about everything here.
Well, there's a reason I still have a job, she says with a smile. As she heads toward the greenhouse doors, roll me a wits and insight as you look over towards Artie. You don't pick up anything. His expression seems blank, as he's just like doing his job, but he has not taken his eyes off the screen. And as he passes employees, you can see that he swipes something on the screen before swiping back as soon as they are out of eyesight. You proceed
Perplexed.
into the... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say, being perplexed, he'll watch Artie for a little bit, but you continuously following Vanessa to the next area.
The greenhouse. A glass building with plenty of access to sunlight, with reinforced glass, because despite the fact that this is further inland, still susceptible to hurricanes, especially after the last few years. You can tell that they have followed hurricane protocol in the construction of this particular facility. And in fact, of all the buildings you have witnessed in the area, this seems the newest. Even though the others have a very nice spit shine to them, this one seems like it was built probably within the last year. As you pass the threshold into the greenhouse, You can feel that there has been a temperature control put into place. And that these are exotic plants, but nothing you recognize. They're all tagged with descriptors written in their scientific name and terms. Beautiful blooms of array of colors. There are other containment areas where clearly they have, closed it off for a different temperature control, whether it's colder or warmer, maybe something more tropical in one area, something a little bit more lower temps in the other. And as Vanessa goes, she explains that this is part of her research project to make sure that the fertilizer that they create will work in all environments, that it's not just limited to certain climates or certain times of year. You can even see in one particular area, there's a frostiness to the glass to the point that you almost have to rub your hand against it to clear enough to see in. There are plants growing in what would be a very frigid environment. You can see the frost clinging to them. And she goes into some very long-winded, boring speech about the science behind it, that these plants come from the Arctic region, and that, yes, life even grows up there if you know where to look for it.
Try to look like he's interested.
Give me a wits or a manipulation and subterfuge.
Okay. 3.
Pretty convinced that you're giving the right smiles and nods and after comments or compliments. Your mind can't help but continue to nag. Blooms are too colorful, too bright. Even in botanical gardens, you can see a little bit of decay, a little bit of rot. You can see that they're not as bright and colorful as they always should be. That's just nature. Things go through developmental stages, and as they do, they're altered. But not here. Everything is at its full magnificence, its full brilliance. Roll me a intelligence and awareness.
Six.
Looking over the plants, taking it all in. One particular plant catches your eye. It's a vined plant that moves up a metal stand that they have created for it to grow upon. It has these brilliant blooms that stand out. And that nagging in your head causes a flash in your mind. You've seen this plant before, and you're not a well-traveled person. You're a city guy. Like, I don't even know if he's ever been to a botanical garden on purpose. But where you're taken upon the view of this plant is a rolling fielded atmosphere with the most alien looking plant life you've ever seen, and a road. And you're not alone on this road, because Ravi, in his dreaming form, leads you along the silver road in the dreaming. And as you look off to the side, something that you hadn't taken note of other than the strange nature of it, see the exact same plant. Not on a stand, but clinging itself to a tree as it climbs up.
At this moment, is he somewhat alone as he's walking around the garden looking at things, or is she nearby?
Yeah, I would say that the camera crew has stepped in to get some closer shots, letting her point out some, details that they'd like to take in, or details that she would love to have featured, including maybe the containment system and the way they're able to temperature regulate in each of these zones. And she's droning on and on, even though she's very charming and whimsical, and her voice carries an almost musical nature to it as she speaks. It's a lot of technical crap, and some of it even might be made up, to be completely honest. It sounds so unusual to you.
With his back turned,
Yeah.
with his back turned towards everyone, can I just pop penumbral senses real quick and then take a quick look, especially at the plant itself and just the ones in his vicinity, and then just the general area?
Absolutely. So as you spend the willpower, go ahead and make the roll associated with it.
Rage still the same after seeing Ravi and the dreaming?
Yeah, you're still at 3.
Okay.
Yeah, that was like a flash of memory.
Gotcha. Okay, just want to make sure. 4.
It takes longer than you expect. You're through. Now, to be fair, this is an industrial plant. The Weaver is very strong here. But even in this greenhouse, where the wild has such a prominent hold, the gauntlet is obscenely thick. But not too thick for you. Because eventually, the visions cross over like a photo negative laid over a photograph. And the horrors that you had been expecting to see come into sharp and crystal clarity, as on the other side, the area is forming with these alien infected plants and Banes. So many Banes who seem to be tracking your movement along in the umbra, almost like on the prowl, claws digging into dirt. Some of them clinging and crawling almost like spiders up the side of the webs that make up the structure. And everywhere carries a strong yellow haze. The umbral side.
While looking at everything, taking it all in, before returning, he's going to slightly rub his nose with his middle finger towards some Banes and then turn off his penumbral senses.
You see them lock eyes with you and hiss as they recognize that you are seeing to their side, seeing them in their full form for what they are. And you're seeing a crazy, almost cornucopia of Banes. One looks like a gigantic crab that is looming nearby and seems to be covered in this filthy moss, this sticky, oily material. Likely a bane of pollution. Another, a bird overhead, looks to you, and as it opens its beak to squawk, you can see a glittering green flame within its beak. Balefire. Don't even need to roll. You've studied on Banes enough to know this is a firmling. But as you shut off the senses, everything returns to the fabricated reality that you've seen. This is an illusion, and a very powerful one at that, that's disguising the surroundings. This is Fey magic at work. Glamour, as it's otherwise known. You can guess that the individual at the top of the ladder, the follower, the devotee of Balor, is exerting a great deal of will to make this place look perfect. And by the widespread area that it covers, like a blanket covering the truth, like a new coat of paint, this individual has to be powerful to create this kind of alternate reality in the eyes of normal people, in the eyes of the unaware. You are restored. And you're restored just in time for Vanessa to say, "This way to the laboratories." She starts leading the camera crew towards the lab.
Take another quick look, rub his eyes a little bit, and exhale before returning back to the group.
As you push your way through these swinging double doors that go into the laboratory, it is a top-of-the-line facility. There is pristine and functional equipment, lab tables with microscopes and petri dishes. Unfortunately, there's no research or work to be done because of the shutdown. So everything sits waiting for a return to operations, waiting for the next stage. You're taken through a variety of stations where Vanessa explains that this is the ecological testing, this is the, bioengineering. She leads you all the way back through the facility, all the way through these laboratories. But then stops and kind of stands in front of another doorway that looks like it is locked and has a sign with a hazmat symbol on it. You can actually see that there are hazmat suits hanging up next to the sign. He says, "Feel free to equip yourself in one of the suits. In fact, I'd insist upon it for anybody who wishes to journey into the next area."
Why not? Walk over and disrobe and put on the hazmat suit.
You can actually see that one of the camera people looks very, very nervous. The one holding the boom mic kind of looks amongst the others. Exactly sign up for this. But upon Artie kind of giving a clearing of his throat and an urging, he just falls silent and then continues to put the boom mic down as he starts grabbing one of the hazmat suits and putting it on, including the full hooded mask that goes over the top. Once everyone is properly equipped, Vanessa goes to a keypad and punches in a combination. And then with a hiss, the door slides open.
I happened to clock the combination at all while she put it in.
Give me a wits and investigation.
I can't get one.
No, she stood just in the way of it, enough to obscure your vision of the combination being put in. As the door slides open, you see another door beyond it, and that there are these hoses attached to the edge. It looks like this is a decontamination zone before heading into the room beyond. Vanessa moves up to the next door, punches in another code, and the door behind you closes. The door in front of you opens. And as you walk in, all you see is a large white room. Clean room. There are a couple of counters and tables equipment for testing. There is a bunch of those containers you saw for the toxic material containment, but they're empty. This place looks barely used at all. A precaution to the laboratory more than anything else. But again, it's just too different. And as the camera crew kind of look around in confusion, especially as they look down at their suits, Vanessa simply says, "It's a precaution. Following procedure and protocol as we have always done." But you'll see, there's nothing to be worried about here. Nothing to be alarmed by. No hazardous material being improperly disposed of. Everything is as it should be. And we look forward to the summation of this inquiry being done.
So the chemicals, point over towards the big bin brought in. What were they used for in here then?
Well, there was some testing necessary. We had to learn the effects of acid rain, for example, on our fertilizer. We had to test a bunch of different environments as well as exotic hazardous materials to see the effect it would have on our product. It's all part of the testing phase. But once those materials are properly used, they are properly contained, dealt with, and disposed of. Because we want to plan for every circumstance. We want to ensure that our product can be used in a variety of locations, including industrial areas, including nature parks, including homes, businesses. And it should be able to withstand any obstacle and challenge to protect the plants that are fed by it.
So your plants are going to be able to travel far and wide then. Like with this, should be just fine to go anywhere.
Our fertilizer, yes, we're looking for a massive market and expansion, especially to places like third world countries that can't normally afford such products. In fact, we are in the process of setting up a charity to ensure that the farmlands and fields of other countries can be more bountiful, that can provide more, free of cost, of course, to those involved, unless there is some governmental aid to help with shipping, but it's not necessary.
You guys are up for a humanitarian work for sure, something like that. Be able to hear all different kinds of hunger and other plants that help with different ailments, and being able to provide those to all across the world. That's going to be huge.
Well, we have a variety of products that we're still in development of. But yes, some that could be used for interior gardening spaces, some that could be used for medical fields, for organic medicine, without having any risk of contamination or infection, something that can actually protect plants during the winter, even in the harshest of climates. And in places considered unsustainable, like the desert or fallout zones, wouldn't it be nice to restore a little green to a drab, gray world?
It would be nice. I've only really had dreams of such a green place.
Well, let's turn those dreams into reality. And she gives that same wide smile. The next couple of hours are spent going through other areas. She makes sure to note the channel that was previously used as runoff from the previous institution, the one that got this place closed. the one that got it locked down. But in this particular instance, it has been sectioned off. It has been cleaned to a unbelievable level. She again takes you up to the management offices where she talks about the charity that they're trying to start, and including all of the material for it, pamphlets and posters. Eventually, the tour comes to a conclusion, and you find yourselves by the van once more. As the camera crew starts disassembling their gear and putting it away, you overhear a little bit of murmuring of, I don't know what the big deal was. This place is great. But Artie remains silent. And he's still staring at the pad.
Has Vanessa walked away? Like she dismissed
She's
and
standing up on the stairs that lead to the front door, and it's only like a 2-step staircase, but it's probably a good 20, 30 feet away because of sidewalk and landscaping in between the parking lot and the front door.
Gonna run up to her real quick. Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you for having us come by and giving us such a great tour. You're great. You're able to explain everything. You answered all of our questions, and you showed us every part of this facility, I'm sure. So thank you for that.
It was my absolute pleasure. I hope you'll visit us again soon.
I'm sure,
we're up and running again.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd love to see this place actually producing and be able to see how clean it's at when it's actually got things going through it, when you're doing all your testing and everything.
It is a sight to behold. Unforgettable.
I look forward to it. At that point, he'll stretch out his hand again.
She goes and shakes your hand again. You don't feel any other effects, but you can tell that effect will linger.
He lets go. I gotta get back to them, and we have our small little debrief, make sure that the camera was on recording the whole time, because that has happened.
And please let me know if you need any follow-up. We can always have you visit again and get some extra footage if you need. Our doors are open to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. He'll start backing away slowly before he turns and scurries back off to the group.
Everything loaded in the van. Everybody climbs in, starts to back out. You get to that front security gate. Your eyes can't help but look towards the silver sheen of the chipped paint. Gate draws open. And you go driving out. At the point that you are nearing the front gate, the golf cart already awaiting to let you out, Artie looks to you and turns the tablet. You can see that it's held, or like a screen-capped image of the clean room, where you see several heat signatures, individuals who weren't there. From the look of it, from the outline, they were caged. They were trapped. They were the changelings. He then flips to another image of you standing next to the man who was holding the fertilizer. Big Tom, as he called himself. That man had no heat signature at all. Obviously, he says, not everything is as it seems here in Narnia.
Yeah, I took a look while we were in the garden. Some nasty bugs in there. I know it looked really clean, but if you look close enough, all different kinds of walks of life were in there, not just on the ground, in the sky, a bit of a green haze around it.
We should get this back to Aspen.
Yeah, we thought our hands were full beforehand.
Well, soon enough, we are going to visit again, but I think we're not going to get the all is well and good of it.
She did say the door is always open, so that part's nice.
I think that was a threat.
Yeah, absolutely.
A place like this, as technologically sound as it is, they had to have something that registering who was coming in. Our IDs probably did enough, but if they had any kind of facial recognition, if they had anything that might do what I've been doing here, she probably knew more about us than she let on. Only a guess. I don't know. We were seeing what they wanted us to see. Artie
She puts
then-
on a good
oh,
face. She puts on a good face, but thinking about the cage is, from what I was seeing and what we know, especially with like the gate and what I saw. Do you think that the heat signatures there, were they strong enough to living, or just residual like they got before we even got there, like just residual heat?
security guards?
No, the people in the cages.
Oh no, they were there.
Okay.
We just couldn't see them. Whatever illusion they were putting up did what it was supposed to. Made sure we didn't see what we needed to see. They were there. They were in that room. One thing I couldn't find is the BBEG. Couldn't find the one responsible for all this in any of the rooms. Like, I noticed nothing except the unusual things that I mentioned. So wherever they were hidden. Hidden so much that we didn't even share a room with them.
Is there any place we didn't visit?
Not that I could see, but I can't trust my sight in this instance.
Right.
Kind of wish I brought the aura shades so that I could see the other side, but they're on vacation right now.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for them to be on vacation though. Like, yes, but
Oh, for sure. If anybody's gonna have them, I want them to have it. But would have been nice. Wouldn't have looked as suspicious to be looking around seeing the truth.
I wanted to be able to see everything while walking through, but I need to be able to see what's actually in front of me as well. But there were, just in that one room alone, the amount of corruption, the creatures dwelling inside there, I can only assume it's everywhere.
It's gonna be an all hands on deck situation on both sides. I know that we didn't have a lot of luck bringing the spirits in or having them scout out the place, but we got to get some reinforcements to help combat that kind of stuff on the other side, because I don't think there's enough of us, including all of the recent visitors, the new arrivals, to handle both sides. Not effectively. If you have any cards to play or any tabs to call in with our friends on the other side, now would be the time.
There's a few I can reach out to again. The spirits are aware of this situation, but they want nothing really to do with this place. So it's a hard thing to convince. What I might do I can try talking to Star and see what strings she can pull. As far as spirits I'm connected to, she sees a lot more than I do. She might be able to advocate on our side a little bit more and be able to teach or show them something I can't convey.
Whatever we got to do, we better do it soon because our time's running down here if we want to make anything happen of this before they get cleared and open operations. I mean, that was a very convincing illusion.
Oh,
any normal
100%.
inspector is going to fall for it. Absolutely.
Speaking of, in the waste management, did you look at that?
Oh yeah, I got a glimpse. I actually
Okay.
plan to go on a deep dive into that particular institution after this.
I feel like it's illusions and using your own company for stuff. I feel like that's cheating on a different level.
That's how they've gotten away with it as long as they have. And then when any kind of trouble arises, they vanish. I'm actually surprised at how much effort they're putting into keeping this project alive. This must be a passion project for at least one of them, if not more.
Could be they're also really close to having it done. And with what Aspen did, that halt, they're like, I've had to put in perspective, it's like having a project 80% of the way done, but then someone took your computer away and you can't finish it.
That's right. Time is of the essence. Because if they get that computer back, if they get to start operations again, who knows how long it'll take.
I'll get in contact with Eliza, and then I will get in contact with Star. We'll try and get that figured out as much as we can, and then whatever other spirit that I'm still in the good graces of, I'll reach out to what I can.
He nods in agreement before going back to the pad and kind of cutting some of what his findings are into something more manageable, kind of cutting out all of the excess that really provides no information. As you begin the drive back to Tampa, what's going through your mind, especially knowing they were so close? Could have fulfilled your promise, but at what cost? How much longer do they have?
He is pissed at himself, one, for the idea that he was right there. He probably even brushed up against something, but he couldn't actually do anything about it. And she deliberately walked them past where she kept them is driving him nuts. And the fact that there's someone there that can put on such a curtain on everything to shroud the area in such a beautiful illusion. Is he over his head on can he stop this? Can the pack stop this? Can he fulfill his promise? So he'll sit there, just kind of stew in that thought, is that sense of, is he going to be able to do what's needed to be done?
And so, as the countdown timer begins for Piney Point, we go to our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. See you in a minute. St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors: Chromatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpbynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our programs, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling. Welcome back. As we return in the second half of tonight's stories, we find ourselves in Appalachian Mountains. Now we're still in the foothills at this point, trudging our way up higher into the peaks to find the place that at least one of you with, or one of the ones with you, know very well as a forbidden zone for a very good. Now you all have your varying feelings about the matter, your separate motivations for why you're on this particular trek, whether it was by order, whether it was to finally get eyes on something that has been so tantalizingly cut off from you, or whether it's to fulfill a mission, restore one of your very own, despite a difference in heritage, back to their full potential. As you walk along the snowy mountain path, you get to a certain point in the Bawn where you've been escorted by a couple of guardians who have been keeping Xander under watch. Speaking of Xander, the night started smoothly with his sleep because of Jester's lullaby, but throughout the night, there were intermittent screams and restlessness, as this is the first time in a long time, or ever, honestly, that Xander has been this close to the source. So Jester, while you did return to the guest cabin that was set aside for you, one of those screams awoke you. So you went to check on Xander and tried to put him back to sleep, but any attempts to do so were very short-lived. At best, maybe you got 30 minutes, sometimes an hour. It was a tiring prospect. But eventually, Charles relieved you, letting you go get the sleep that you will desperately require. And Charles has always been somebody who doesn't need a lot of sleep. He can sustain himself on 3 hours some days. But Jester, you know that he makes up for it later when he crashes out for 12 every now and then. So as you walk along this path, the escorts stop at a certain point, realizing that you're at the edge of the Bawn of the cairn itself, and now you are venturing beyond into the unprotected, or at least not so seriously protected area. The areas that nature can just own and have without any interference, or at least minimal. And when they get to this point, they remove the falcon-like hood from Xander's face. And as they do so, finally revealing his features, you can see that he's in a part man, part bat look as his long pointed ears stick out and his upturned, almost pig-like nose is revealed, and his eyes are just darting around black pools. No colorful iris to be seen, as if they've been kept in the dark for too long, but comfortable in that way. In fact, the pupils shrink to almost pinpoints as he lets out a startled kind of grunt at the exposure to such brilliant light reflecting off the snow nearby. They release shackles, removing them from his hands and feet, and they look to Mist and Shepherd a little nervously to be sending out 2 of their elders with something that is so unknown, such a threat. But because of the insistence of Mountain Claw, because of Jester's determination, they just simply nod their heads, taking the restraining implements with them. before turning and making their way back to the cairn, leaving just the 5 of you. Mist, Shepard, Jester, Charles, Zane. Now Sean remained behind, not wanting to be a liability or not wanting to impose, as there is a perfectly skilled Theurge going with you. But he, of course, told you, Jester, to be careful. These places exist in the world that man, let alone Guru, is not meant to tread. Just because what was there once was pure doesn't mean it's pure anymore. So now, your feet crunching through the snow in the boots that you wear, Charles has been used as somewhat of a pack mule, as he's got a large, heavy backpack strung across his back. He still wears the same woolen long coat and suit as usual, but he has put on fashionable, stylish galoshes to go with the ensemble. Black boots, winter boots, for trudging in the snow, not wanting to get the hems of his pants dirty or wet. So as you walk, Xander darts around, his gaze looking all over the place as if he's seeing or hearing things that aren't there. But you're far enough away from the actual location that life is still very much present. You can hear birds in the trees. Some of you with the more attuned senses can hear the movement of animals through the woods. Now, Mist, you had some questions for Xander that you weren't able to ask while he was under containment, as the cairn was very vigilant on making sure he saw, heard, and experienced as little as possible, just in case this endeavor, this folly, fails. They don't have an advantage going forward. But now, as he is completely unbound and wearing a face that only a mother could love, your opportunity has arrived.
I guess Mist and Shepard are sort of like dual leading, as they're both familiar with the immediate surroundings of the cairn, although as we get closer to the cave itself, it will probably be more Shepard's leading. However, in the sort of like loose group that is sort of like traversing through the weaving of a deer path here, a partial ravine there, he will strike up conversation as he is off to do on these sorts of hikes, and not necessarily exclusively towards Xander, but definitely providing pointed questions to him, going, I can't imagine the landscape here is much like that in Florida, no?
Oh, no, it's nothing like Florida, but I was born in Virginia, so this isn't unfamiliar to me.
Is that true?
Yeah.
And your life moved you to Florida how?
It wasn't really my choice, but I had to leave home because what I did, because of what I'm being told is a change. The place I fled to, this spiritual place. Deep, dark, hidden. That was a place I only felt belonged. The voices told me that I had to get those responsible for the death of my kind, and so I was sent out, tracked them to Florida. I found them, and I took them back with me as I was supposed to do. But then, what they wanted me to do felt so wrong. They told me to bite. I wanted to bite. I did bite once. But I'm not a monster. Jester says I'm not a monster. So when she and Jason arrived back with them, don't know why they cared so much for the other one. He ended up running away after that. But gave me a place to learn control, which I'm having a little bit of difficulty with right now. He wrings his hands a little bit, but 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be okay. Gets worse before it gets better.
Mist will cast a glance to Jester, not so much as, like, more so seeking her, approval. Like, does this match up to what she experienced in the story? Obviously, she gave her own retelling, but a lot of the details provided here were new, at least to Mist.
Jester, who's been kind of hovering, like kind of behind Xander, as they're walking and sipping on a canteen of something warm and caffeinated, whatever the Cairn could provide, will just nod and be like, yeah, that's kind of what happened. Look over to Xander when he starts chanting.
You can see that he's taking long breaths in, but he's counting out the beats of those breaths as he was taught to do. And though you've told him many times he doesn't need to say the numbers out loud, he does every single time, saying it helps. But eventually he stops counting and breathing and is back to walking.
The distant sort of like elderly stare that Mist seems to have set in his duties, always focused on the spirits, softens for a moment as you can see even his sort of ephemeral gaze grow soft as he remembers in this moment before looking to Xander with as much compassion as, you know, two people like them can muster, and speaks very plainly and says, if even what half you said has transpired in the way that it has, you are strong indeed, Xander Camazotz. Many of us, many Garu, have first changes that are equally as horrifying. And yet, when the rage clears, the blood dries, we have each other, often to catch, or, in my case, a spirit to guide us. And you did this all on your own. I do not know what sorts of thoughts you might be tampering with, conflicting over, but know, as but one elder in a larger nation, I'm hoping, I'm praying that Gaia brought you back into this fold.
It's almost my birthday. I'm only strong as I was helped, made strong by kind voices and kind hearts. This nation speak of, I've learned something about it. I've learned that the reason I'm alone, the reason some of them are the reason there aren't more us. I don't know why they picked me. I don't know what I did. I'm not powerful. I'm not remarkable. Was father. You hear his voice kind of soften and get a little bit more shaky. Husband. And an exterminator. Working man type deal.
I think for the first time, Mist puts a smile and almost laughs. And he goes, well, Xander, exterminator. You, I fear, might have a greater destiny than merely finding White Bat. For if indeed this goes as we hope, just as there are new Garu, there might very well be new Kamazots. And they will need guiding hands, especially those who have lived this experience before. And they might turn to you.
You see his eyes grow really wide, and though he has no irises around the pupils, you can see them dilate a little bit at the shock of that idea that he might have to lead an entire existence of creatures. But he just nods his head, the eyes still wide. Huh?
It rarely seems like we are ready for such things, but... And with that, he looks over to Jester. From what I've seen here, I think he will find the strength to do so.
Just be happy if the screaming stopped. So loud. No matter how far away I get, I can hear it. My head, my body, my fingers, my feet. Hear the other things too. Not so much when we're back there.
The journey leads us onward. And with that, he looks over to Shepherd Hunter. Surely we are close, or closer.
During this I was going to say, during this conversation, Shepherd Hunter has been not as far forward since Mist knows the way as well, and they're sort of leading as a looser group. The crunching of the snow is really what Shepherd has been focused on. But as their conversation continues, and the more approving and hopeful that Mist seems to speak to Xander, the more obviously frustrated Shepherd becomes, occasionally glancing over and off of the path at Mist and letting out a huff, a heavy exhale through his nose, crunching on the snow almost louder to try to draw attention. But when finally Mist looks over, finishing their conversation, Shepherd looks back with eyes that sort of droop and sag with exhaustion and what they've been talking about, and turns, picking up the pace, forcing the others not in lupus to move, and uncomfortably so, harder to talk like this is what Shepherd hopes as he starts to move closer to the mountain.
As you proceed onward, you see that the life that's around you, the trees, start to thin out, become fewer and further between. The sounds of the forest die off, become distant, as if begging you to turn back. And then it grows quiet, and the snow that's been crunching beneath your feet is replaced by rock, dirt. And normally, the higher you get in elevation in situations like this, the snow would grow deeper, thicker. And while the cold of it remains, there is no snow to be found. Now, Shepard, this is not unusual to you. Not even snow dares touch what lies beyond. You start to enter into the cavern, going into the valley, the other side, coming around the bend, you reach the entrance, or what supposedly should be the entrance. The entryway is a collapsed pile of rocks, stones, boulders. For those who didn't know where they stood, this would appear to be just a natural formation, perhaps a rock slide. But the strangest part here is the vines. Despite no other vegetation being nearby, that have wrapped themselves around the stones, holding them together. At this point, as you're taking in the entryway, you hear a reverberating sound come from the depths of the mountain. Something almost unnatural and ethereal. Something that shakes you to your very core as a loud screech, shriek, screams that Xander was referring to, smack against you, against your form. I need everyone to make a stamina and resolve, or stamina and composure. Let's make it stamina and composure check. Okay, 2 successes, 2 successes, 2 successes. Your eyes start to vibrate. Your pulse starts to quicken. Your heart pounds in your chest. Before everything goes dark. And when the light finds its way back in, you're not at the entryway to the cavern. In fact, you are at the entry point to the valley once more that leads in to the cavern entrance, where you just were some 15, 20 minutes ago. Now, Shepard, you know this to be a case of the disorientation that others have fallen prey to. Fortunately for you, this disorientation has been polite and simply returns you to the entryway, the front stoop of sorts, to the canyon that leads to the Shrieking Cavern. How you got here, you're not sure. You don't know. Lo and behold, here you are. It could have been so much worse. Freaks like this have caused people to disappear, including Guru, which is why the stories have caused the ban from the area. There are still members of the Sept that have many years been gone that they don't know the fate of, the location of. What do you do?
Shepard enters that forced shift into Glabro after finding his way onto a rock and then dropping down more comfortably onto his new legs as they form. He looks over at the others and specifically Mist before looking to Jester and saying, "We have been turned away. We have heeded a warning. This was kindness. If we continue, we will fall if we are not careful. Mist, you may know better how to cross such a chasm, but what lies beyond is beyond all of us." And you can tell that Shepard is struggling to find the words as that disorientation has stricken a chord within him.
Shepherd Hunter, I will take your advice as a fellow elder to mind. And with that, he will assume Glabro as well, if only to... he loses a rage. If only to now be able to use a number of gifts. And he will start with penumbral senses.
Yeah. Taking a deep, steadying breath, activating power within you, calling upon the spirits to aid you in your sight. Look beyond, through. And much of the landscape appears the same. If you look back behind you, the trees grow a little bit taller, maybe. But the ground, the rock, mountain, they are all still very steady. But what is notably absent in front of you in the valley? Spirits. There are no spirits beyond this point. In fact, if you look hard enough towards the edge of the tree line, you can see a few watching you. Renewed interest as to why anyone would go to this forsaken place. Who is bold enough, brave enough, or foolish enough to try their hand with a place that even spirits don't tread? As you look around, your eyes pull back to your companions, which you can see in full form, but also in a almost shadowed existence. What the Umbra sees. They look at you. Xander's shadow stretches longer than the rest, pulling away, tugging, trying to push him back or pull him back. But as you look over in his direction, didn't ask. Didn't announce your arrival. You didn't tell them you were coming. It won't
As I'm
let you
listening,
in if you don't knock.
I'm not, as I'm looking around, getting my bearings and listening to Shepard and then Xander. Xander, my people have a thing we do when we go into territory and announce. It's a howl. But for you, it might be a screech. Do you think you can announce us? One moment. I will go over to Charles and get him to turn around and start digging in the backpack until I pull out a package of earplugs and be like, we should probably wear these to everybody else.
I'm concerned, but this is old Guru land, isn't it?
We could do it together.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do?
I am going to do the howl.
Are you going to actually shift into lupus form?
Yes, I will shift into lupus and howl.
Okay.
Uh,
Now, the two of you would be familiar with this rite as well. It's an introduction you would do when approaching a sept or a cairn, one that you're not familiar with. These howls are interlaced with your deeds and accomplishments of the past, things that show your renown, to announce yourself. It's almost like a herald at the door, giving off all the titles and descriptions. The Guru have somehow encapsulated all of this into a group howl, declaring their intention. Go ahead, Mist.
Is it possible to do it in Glabra, or?
It is possible, yes. It doesn't come off as strongly as a lupus form howl would. I mean, imagine if you howled. But it still works. Not everybody, prefers lupus when they're making their announcements. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing it in that form.
Yeah, in that case, Mist will, as soon as Jester and Xander start, will join in with his own, keeping sort of like the senses open and all that.
Charles takes off the bag, sets it down, and begrudgingly shifts into his lupus form, which is a silvery furred wolf, where he lets out his own howl. And there's something behind Charles's howl that carries so much more. Something that could be a burden, something that could be considered a gift. But his howl is longer and louder than the rest, as if it overtakes from the power of all the others and is lifted up, exalted. But with that howl, I would like Jester to make a charisma and persuasion. You can go ahead and add Mist and Shepherd and Charles.
Shepherd will not be joining the howl, actually.
Okay.
Seeing this, Shepherd hunches down and a resolve takes place of that shaken fear that was there momentarily. And instead of howling with them, he's watching very closely their surroundings, looking for reaction from the cavern and very wary of what might happen if they do knock, which is what they're choosing to do.
Seven with a crit.
So as the howl echoes off the canyon walls, there isn't a response that's easily shown. To you, all of you who are looking at the world with plain human eyes, or Guru eyes in this case, not with the sight to the other side, just see the canyon as it is. However, Mist, as your sight remains, you see the reverberations of the howl. And as they hit this barrier, as they're met with another reverberating force, which you can only guess to be the remaining force of the shriek, it cracks open the barrier, as if the shriek has receded. Not forcefully, not intrusively, but as if it's giving way. As if two conflicting powers of sound have made an accord. Because even sound has power. Even sound has spirits. And in this particular moment, your sound has won the day. For now. But to you, you see cleared path, letting you traverse forward.
Mist will have his eyes set as the physical realm, the echoes of the howl die out, but he will immediately shift to look mostly at Shepard, but also the rest, and go, "It appears our call has sated the Umbra, fickle as it is. I witnessed a great barrier part. I suppose we can approach, though, as the Theurge entrusted to you, I might also begin recommending we seek a way to step into the Umbra ourselves."
Upon hearing Mist explaining that it is opened, Shepard shakes his head, growls, and says, "We have knocked, and it has been answered. We do not know what welcomes us in."
Well, if you are so uncertain, Shepherd Hunter, you are free to guard our rear.
At this, Shepard bites at the air at Mist, growling and turning and marching towards the entrance, not waiting for any of the others.
So as you move forward, back into the canyon you've already traversed once, you once more find yourself at the base of what you assume is the cave entrance, buried in rock, held in place by vine. Can't help but tense a little bit, having just been here, and we're thrown outwards, so you almost prepare for another shriek. But instead, you find nothing. Silence. If anything, the wind starts to kick up in the area. For you are high in elevation. But there's no response. Nothing moves. Nothing stirs. Mist, as you look upon the rocks in place, you see that that barrier isn't just here. It's there as well. Because the force it took to collapse this cairn destroyed it, both here and there. And if there is any energy to be found, it is likely dormant or non-existent. But even though an umbral path might seem like a wise decision, you can't pass a barrier like this, even in the Umbra. It exists in both places.
Mist will share that bit of news, and taking a secondary position, not wanting to just sort of dictate what path forward is best, will go, "It is plain that the barrier exists both in the physical and the Umbra. I might be able to consult a spirit and see what the affairs of earthen tunnels speak of, but we will, I think, at some point have to find a way through pure rock."
I'm gonna step forward, and I'm still in Lupus at this point. I didn't bother to change yet, but I'm gonna step forward and sniff the vines on the rock. I'm trying to get like more of a, is this like, are the vines a familiar sense, like back at the cairn with the trees?
Sure. Give me a wits and science.
Okay. Environmentalism?
Yeah, I'll allow it in this case.
Two successes.
While the surrounding area seems to be devoid of any tangible smell due to the rock, the walls, even the breeze isn't carrying the sense of nature from down below. Just cold. almost freezing the inside of your nose as you breathe in. But as you get closer to the vines and take another deep whiff, there's an earthy quality to it, like a mix of moss and fresh cut grass. You don't detect anything that you could view as corruption. These vines aren't rotted. They are very much stable and in place and strong.
I'm going to shift back into Hamid at this point. I'm gonna touch a vine.
Doesn't move under your touch. Feels like almost like a bound cord of rope made of organic material.
Okay.
Shepard, seeing Jester testing and looking for some kind of answer way in, Shepard turns to Jester, getting close and growling some more and saying, "Have you found reason to turn? Or are you determined to open this?"
No good reason yet.
At this, Shepard sort of shakes his head. "I suspect it will take a great deal of pain to learn that. I can open it if you cannot."
How would you open it?
The stones give way to my strength.
Roll a wits and investigation, Mist and Jester, as Shepard is resolved to physically removing the boulders.
Separately?
Separately, yes.
Okay.
Dose.
Okay. Mist, you're the only one to view that along the edges of some of the boulders, though most of it is obscured, there's an archaic script visible. It looks like there were carvings along the edge of the cave mouth that have been buried with time, but some of them are still visible. However, in a language you do not understand.
That, I think, is not an issue, as Mist will sort of step forward, probably beside Jester, before leaning down with his sort of like demi-human hand, and as he touches some of the stones, will rough away a bit of the dust or grime covering the rune symbols, and realizing he can't read them, he will turn and double check. Does anyone recognize these etchings?
Fortunately, no. None of you can, because this is an archaic, ancient script known to the Croatan.
In this case, he will activate one more gift, burning another willpower to activate Speech of the World.
As you call upon the spirits, despite the fact that they are not present here, you feel their support from afar fill you. As you reach forward, touching the wording, the words start to clear all the way wherever sigils are visible. One word says, "the sacrifice," before the rest of the script is covered by stone. Another section says, "the loss," before it's covered by stone. And the final bit says the failure for the rest of the script is covered by stone.
Mist will recite basically anything he can before looking to the people who have been living with the Camazotz and maybe researched more than Mist knows, and goes, "Do these concepts or words mean anything to you?"
Shepard looks at Jester like he's ready to say something witty, but doesn't say anything, instead just staring at Jester, wondering if they'll see it.
The Croatan, the ones who originally built the cairn that this place once was, sacrificed themselves, sacrificed their future as Garu to seal a worm spirit, a very powerful one from what I understand, called the Eater of Souls. After the sacrifice, no more Garu would be born of Croatan, and they slowly died out. And a lot of them believed it was for nothing because as more Westerners came to this continent, the worm continued to grow, and we continued to lose. Now,
to recount the story of the Croatan, vines start to withdraw from some of the boulders by that sigil. The vines almost shrinking back into the earth. Not all of them, but at least the ones near the word sacrifice. And as they do, one of the rocks falls away, and Mist, you can read the rest of it, which says the sacrifice of the Croatan.
He will recite what he sees before turning with a pretty blatant realization as he smiles ever softly at Jester. "Well, Galliard, it seems there are at least 2 more stories to tell."
stare at the lost one. You said there was sacrifice, loss, and
failure.
failure.
Now, if you want, I'll give you an opportunity to roll an intelligence and occult roll to see if you can determine what it could be referring to, based off of everything you've been learning from the spirits back at your cairn.
Yeah,
The ancestors.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Can Mist assist Jester in this case? Because he has some
Sure.
pretty good occult.
I think that Jester would probably be speaking in hushed tones about what she's thinking about, going over the knowledge that she's learned enough for you to pipe in and give some insight. So yeah, you can add another die to your pool.
Three successes.
With the Croatan, it was a willing sacrifice. The loss refers to an unwilling sacrifice. Something that was taken away. Something that was removed, snuffed out. Now, knowing, at least what you think you know about this place had dual purposes. It wasn't just a home to the Croatan.
It was trying to remember the story with the girl in the cave when the cave-in happened. It was a refuge for like the spirit White Bat, right?
It was a refuge for the spirit of White Bat, but also it was a home to Camazotz.
Right. And this was also a home to the Camazotz. before their lives were taken by us, the Garu, the Shadow Lords in particular, that wiped out the last of them.
As you say those words, you're taken back to what caused the cave-in. Death of the last Camazotz caused White Bat to freak out and collapse the cavern, even though there were living individuals inside.
The cairn was attacked, wasn't it?
No? But the White Bat, was in touch
Screaming.
with their Camazotz brothers, and
Oh,
there were
right.
none left. Those that had taken refuge here had retreated after the death of so many, after the War of Rage, after the hunt. But there were others still out there in the Umbra, taking refuge and hiding. The Shadow Lords wouldn't be deterred. They tracked down every last one of them. Upon the death of the last came the destruction of this cairn.
Because she felt it and she screamed.
Correct.
White Bat felt the last death after the Shadow Lords hunted all of the Camazotz where they took refuge through the Umbra. She felt it and she screamed, and it caused the cave to collapse.
As you say that, lines around the loss start to unwind from the stones. Another boulder peels away, and mist, you see the loss of the Camazotz underneath the obscured text. But one more remains. The failure.
The failure of which? The Croatan? The Garu at large? Some sin of the Camazotz we do not know?
A lot of the Croatan believe they failed. In honesty, there were 3 brothers. 3 tribes with 3 patrons here in the Americas. The Croatan, what we call now the Ghost Council, and the Gelstalkers. Each represented, I suppose, a aspect we hold dear. The Gelstalkers represented glory. The Ghost Council represented wisdom. And the Croatan represented honor, and they thought it was honorable for them to do it alone. But sometimes honor, when you push it too far, goes to pride. And a lot of them believed afterwards that their sacrifice was in vain. It was a failure because corruption continued to spread as more and more settlers came here and corrupted the land. As we, as Garu, murdered the other changing breeds. Can I roll to see if I'm on the right track? Or
Sure. Give me a wits and insight.
Okay.
Can I toss another,
Yeah. Actually, roll
Bit of aid.
separately. You roll separately.
Okay.
At this point, Shepard is interested. The second one being revealed was enough for him to question whether or not Jester is as unprepared as he's implied or believed. He'll think about this too if a wits and insight would be
Absolutely.
sensible.
Absolutely. Give it a roll. So I got 3 from Jester. How many from you missed? 4?
7 with 3 10s. That's the math, right?
That is the math. Or, well,
And then-
it's 2 10s equal 4, and then whatever other success. They always have to come in pairs of 2.
Okay, so the third 10 is just a success on its own.
Just a success, yeah.
Okay, in that case, it's 4 or 5. 6.
Still good.
Yeah.
Okay, and 5, Shepherd. The two of you being more wizened with time, having been Guru longer than Jester has, you can see that she's on the right track. But her focus on the Croatan being the one who failed is where she loses it. This doesn't seem to be talking about the failure of the Croatan. The Croatan succeeded. They locked away the Eater of Souls. So what the price was may have been steep with the disappearance of their patron, the death of their kind. They still succeeded. They did what they set out to do. But something else failed. Failed them. Look at the theme of the story so far. The sacrifice of the Croatan, the loss of the Camazotz, the failure of who?
Shepard will share a knowing glance with Mist, and when he sees what Mist is thinking or the expression on his face, Shepard doesn't see any need to speak up, but instead looks over to Jester, waiting for Mist to explain.
Mist, ever wanting to be a good teacher, will merely say, "We have seen many failures. Those lying within. I cannot, in any good conscience, say failed. Their sacrifice was great and noble. It saved Gaia. And though perhaps we all wish it might not have ended as thus, I think the question to address is, with their sacrifice, what has the world done with it? What have we done with it?"
Oh. Yes, we, the nation, we, the Garu, failed them and failed the world. Because we're losing.
As you say that, the vines start unwinding, the last of them peeling back, the stones falling, clearing the entryway as the rubble shifts out of the way, rolling down the sides of the entry path. And the last words, the failure of the Guru to replace them. In front of you stands a long, dark passage. The light, or should I say the fading light, as this has been a long march for you this day, illuminates a partial entryway that is coated in dust. Inside, you hear the flapping of wings. Several flappings of wings, but nothing leaves the cavern mouth.
Shepard will move back towards Jester after goading her moments ago and say, "You're wiser than you let on."
This whole time I've been staring at that last part, just like with the saddest look on my face. Payne's a good teacher. I'm gonna pull the glasses out and slip them on.
Looking in, you see the same writing around the edge of the cairn, although on the umbral side there's a slight glow to it. As if you solved the puzzle to open the way. And now the cavern mouth beckons to you in a yawn of a long sleeping entity. A mouth that was otherwise shut, cut off from air, cut off from life, but also possibly quite hungry. The flapping of wings doesn't make sense. Nothing could have stayed alive in that cavern. With no access to good oxygen, as you could tell by the stale scent that hits your face with the revealed cavern mouth. Nothing could have lived unless there was another entrance. But that seems highly unlikely due to what efforts were put in to secure this place.
Shepard will return Jester's comment and say, "And how much more can we bleed to learn?" And then look at the cave and say, "You have opened the cage. Hope you can stay what is inside. We are not safe." And we'll start to slowly move in, making sure that they're following.
As he's moving in, how many of us are willing to actually change so we don't make the same mistakes we did before?
Entering into the cavern, moving slow, deliberate, but as quiet as possible, not knowing what haunts the inside of this cavern, what's been revealed, freed even. I'd like everyone to make a stealth check, dexterity and stealth, please.
Oh, I'm in Glabber, right? So I get 2?
Yes,
Yes.
because you get extra dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
Would I add... I don't think I'd add stalking to this.
No, because you don't know what you're chasing. You don't have a
Right.
target that you're trying to follow. Okay, 1 success for Mist.
I spent
4
a willpower.
successes for Jester. And Shepard, what'd you get?
I'm sorry, 2.
2 successes. As you enter into the cavern, the dust leaving footprints in your wake, moving forward. Mist and Jester, with your eyes still primed for the Umbra. Along cracks in the walls, you see fingers come out of the crack, and glowing eyes peer from the darkness within. And then from the crack itself, you hear the flapping of wings noise, but it's not from a bat. As it crawls its way out, you see sallow, drawn creatures, starving, longing, abandoned. Now, those of you who are versed, and I will say that, Mist, you are, these are banes of abandonment. Because you and Shepard didn't move quietly enough, they've caught sight of you. And they are moving their way out to intercede, occasionally making that flapping sound that is even heard in the world as you know it, of bats flying overhead, but not there. What do you do?
Mist will whisper as best he can in a echoing cave. The worm's influence has sighted us.
Now, Jester, with your aura shades, you can see these things. We're unable to understand what they are. You've never encountered a bane like this.
Who do they seem to be focusing on?
Mist and Shepard.
Okay.
In fact, if they even like glance over you, it's like they can't see you because of how quiet you move. As if they're looking through the blind eyes of a bat. Sound is what drew them. Sound is what heralded your arrival. Whereas sound gave you the way, continued sound is giving you away.
I'll touch like my finger to my lips and look at them. How close are they getting?
They are moving their way through the cracks in the wall and almost starting to crawl their way down the side as if they're approaching, getting closer, but I would say they're still probably a good 10, 15 feet away. That being said, because of the recognition of the Banes, because of the knowledge of them, everyone can make another stealth check. Jester, you can keep yours. You've already succeeded. But you two can make another stealth check with an additional die granted to you with the knowledge that sound is the problem here. So if you move slower than you were already moving, maybe they'll be able to lose sight of you.
Can I assist them by like picking up like a stone and throwing it down the tunnel?
Yeah. I'll give you another bonus die, both of you. So you get 2 bonus die to your dexterity and stealth rolls.
There's no way I fail this.
I would hope not.
Oh, Lord. I rolled so many dice. I might just bite the bullet, spend a willpower.
Eh? As you toss the stone and it goes clattering along the cave floor further in, one of them, the one that seemed focused on Shepard, goes chasing after, climbing along the inside of the wall, that flapping of wings moving away from you. But the one sighting Mist is not deterred as a drag of one foot causes gravel to scrape underneath. Enough noise to draw its attention, or keep its attention in this case. As it scurries down and approaches, it, with its long, spindly arms, its undefinable features, almost like a mannequin, aside from the face, moves up alongside and holds its hands out next to Mist's head. And Mist, your mind starts to fill with words of coward, abandoner, traitor. Roll me a composure and resolve check. Try and keep the voices out to stop the Bane from getting in.
How many were there?
2. Yeah, 2 successes. You start to feel a heaviness in your chest, as if your heart is sinking. They're right. You guys let them rot here. Let their memory rot here. The Guru failed. They failed the Croatan, they failed the Camazotz, they failed countless others. In a way, they failed Gaia. Due to their ignorance, their pride, their need to be the best, the most powerful, the most revered and respected. They forgot their purpose. You forgot your. So as I say this, You are at a -2 as you are socially and mentally impaired until something can be done to clear this threat. You're basically depressed. Not full on Hirano, but definitely enough to weigh you down.
I think in the moment as the Bane sort of begins influencing his mood, the sort of Umbra sense flickers for a moment more so than the divide between the physical and the spiritual, as he sees everyone else in the group and people in his life, all the failures he might have had, sort of flash up, and even though they might not be related to the quest, they're the sort of self-doubt that strikes isn't always what's true, just always what hurts. And as he looks finally to Xander, there's this awe moment of like, what horrors we have inflicted upon this world against Gaia. And with that, he begins shutting down.
Charles looks in the direction that the Bane is, in the direction of Mist. And though he's normally very stoic face, you see his lips curl back, and in a silent snarl, he almost jerks his way in the direction of the Bane. It recoils a bit. And Mist, that -2 becomes a -1, as it doesn't have as much direct influence on you at the moment, being startled. This does not look like a combatant Bane. It won't fight you physically. It'll most likely recoil to its hole before it can come back at you again later on. So it's easily startled.
I'm gonna step up to Mist and just put a hand on his shoulder and like lean forward. We're still alive, which means we haven't abandoned the world yet. It's still time to change. Also, the urge. There's a Bane affecting you. Tell it to fuck off.
What? And with that,
I'll be like, it's like right in front of you, like right over there.
he tries piercing through his own paranoia again.
Okay. Roll me a manipulation and intimidation. I will give you the assistance die from Jester, as she has given you words to encourage you, embolden you. So it takes away your -1 on this roll. Temporarily.
That's 2 dice. 1.
I'll say with the damage that was already done by Charles's intimidation, the Bane recoils entirely, backing away from you and skittering as if it's walking backwards up the wall until it dives back into the crevice from which it emerged. Your negative goes away. The thoughts and feelings of failure settle or disperse. Because while you may have had some failures in your life, this failure is not yours to bear, at least not alone. Because it's the failure of all Guru. Failure of the Guru society. A failure that by your actions now might actually be able to make up for. While it may not take away the sting of failure from your past, from your own personal deeds, this group, you, Jester, Shepard, much as Shepard doesn't want to be here, your actions might just be a solution. A way of gaining forgiveness, a way of making things right. Emboldened by this, the presence of the Bane no longer taking hold of you, you all proceed forward, deeper into the cavern.
If I may.
Yeah.
As the influence clears and he sort of writes himself as like, I'm a Garu, I'm an elder, he casts a rather embarrassed look at Shepherd Hunter and goes, I appear to be a Misty Wolf once more.
I cast that glance back. Shepard will quietly, very quietly growl back. We are fortunate my paws are not as tender as they were.
As you
I'll
enter
glance
into
at both of them.
go ahead.
I'll glance at both of them and just very quietly, okay, I need to hear this story when we get out of here.
We will tell you the tale of Middle Carolina another time.
If there is another time.
As you proceed further into the next room, Xander has grown very quiet. His head is downcast, his eyes downcast, and he just seems to be shuffling along with you. Occasionally you can see a head jerk or a tremor of his hands.
I'm checking with the glasses first. Does he have any banes on him?
He does not. Not that you can see anything. Nothing seems to be near him or bothering him at the moment. But he is not Garu. Amazons.
Yeah.
You don't know the full width and breadth of what they can do or can be done to them.
I'll reach over and give him a slight touch on the arm.
He startles under your touch, but then upon taking you into his view, he settles. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4.
I'll slowly just start counting the numbers with him.
The next cavern you enter into, as you proceed deeper into this long-forgotten tomb, brings you to a chamber that, from the looks of it, once housed Camazot's nests based off of the holes along the exterior walls. Again, covered over with dust and even spider webs or some sort of webbing. I'm not talking about the pattern spider web. You also see these shattered sigils that look like they were once part of pillars, but have since broken apart and collapsed, intermixing with one another. Again, they're written in that very strange language. And you see a puzzle of letters missed, but it's hard to make out the words. If you want, you can roll a intelligence and academics to try and solve the riddle of all these pieces. Try and straighten them into words by, putting them together and seeing what words they make.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know the language, but I could assist if he can tell me letters and things.
Yeah, if you talk out your process, then I'll say you can take the assistance.
Okay.
And the conceit of this is that there are symbols and such on it. It's just that they're sort of scattered about. They're not in the same formatted thing of the cavern entrance.
No, it looks like they've all crumbled together in pieces.
Okay.
So you got pieces of words, but not complete ones. Some of them, maybe you'll get a letter. Maybe you'll get 2 letters.
Yeah. So 1 additional die.
Mm-hmm.
A goose egg.
Don't know. Now, Jester, as he's trying to describe the process, and as he's focused primarily on the academic side of it, find as you pick up the stones. With it comes an emotion. A feeling washes over you. Minute, to be sure. But with a wits and insight, you can try and determine the feeling. Now, I will say there are different feelings depending on which stones you grab. Maybe if you grab 2 of the same stone or from the same pillar, you'll get the same feeling, but that takes time to figure out and insight to do so.
Okay, I will attempt to do so.
Yeah.
4 with crit.
Yeah. It takes a little bit more time. It'd probably be easier with the letters to assist you, but with the combined efforts of Mist and Jester, Jester going based off of feeling, Mist going based off of academics and intelligence, your combined efforts are able to put together the puzzle. From 3 separate pillars, these words fell and crumbled away. But as you arrange them at the base of each pillar, the feeling becomes more profound and the word becomes clear to you, Mist. In one pillar, there is vigilance. In the second pillar, there is sacrifice. And in the third pillar,
What was that last one?
grief.
Okay.
With this knowledge and understanding, I'd like all of you to make an intelligence and occult roll. Separate rolls. One, 5. All right, Mist, this is right in your wheelhouse. Having been the part of cairn building, having been the part of the, continued restoration of your cairn, the continued upkeep of your cairn, you know that certain offerings need to be made to cairns when they're built. Those offerings can often represent an emotion, a deed, maybe even a physical offering. As you stare at these 3 words, what you're impressed upon is they demand an offering of accepted vigilance, of accepted sacrifice, and of accepted grief. But not for them, for you. Your grief, your sacrifice, your vigilance. Think of a time.
Mist will basically, upon helping piece it together, as he sort of goes through the steps, does this seem similar at all to anything he's ever done? I don't know what the cross-pollination is as far as Garu convention.
In cairn building, you have to set up shrines for spirits sometimes you have to make offerings because the spirits are as much of a part of the cairn building as you are. You need them to protect the cairn, you need them to empower the cairn. This was likely a part of their building process, or maybe is something new. But in order to proceed forward, you have to kind of walk in their footsteps, but not with their stories, but with yours, because their stories have already been told, at least to the cairn.
Yeah, as Miss sort of touches on the spiritual significance of this, he'll basically impart most keenly. It is of vigilance, sacrifice, and grief was the third one.
Grief. But before you can say the last word, all noise disappears. Your voice cannot speak. You think you're speaking, but no noise emanates, as on the umbral side, a fog fills the room. A fog that saps all sound. Now you can make a occult roll again, intelligence and occult, to see if you can identify what this force or presence is.
Has Mist finished explaining the part about offering a story at this point?
I would say got to that point, but as he was listing off the emotions, that's where he got cut off.
Okay.
What did you get on your occult roll? 4 successes.
4.
Jester, are you rolling or bothering to try?
Yeah, I can try. I got 2 successes.
This is a bane of silence. Your attempts to use gifts or enact rites or even speak have been hampered by this bane. Again, it doesn't take a good physical form worth fighting. More of an aura, a presence. And until a solution can be found, you may speak, but the Cairn won't hear you.
So between each other, but not.
Nope, you can't hear
Okay.
each other either.
Okay,
There is
okay.
no sound being made at this point.
Yeah, as Mist's chat goes like audio cut, he is consternated for a moment as he looks through the umbra, seeing the mist, recognizing it, before reaching into a side of his traveling pack and picking out a stick of some kind of protrusion, and will try to scratch into the stone to basically make letters or garu glyphs. I'm not sure which would be most
Sure.
appropriate.
As you try to scratch into the stone, anything that you can find that would write is so brittle that it just disintegrates in your hand. The stone is so tough that maybe you're scratching away at the dust, but you're not making any headway on the walls themselves. Shepard, you've been observing all of this, listening to what they say. I'd like you to make me a wits or intelligence and survival check. Even 2 successes is enough as the pieces start to fall into place. You've been paying attention since the moment you arrived here with an expert vigilance, with an acute sense, knowing of the threats that could lie within, those that aren't even identified so far. You start to put together a theme, something that has been consistent all through this journey so far. When you arrived and howled your arrival, the door opened. When you spoke the stories of sacrifice, loss, and failure, stones went away. But when you moved too noisily, it drew banes when you needed silence. But now you have silence when you need noise. The theme that you put together of this journey so far, this story that's being written by your actions and deeds, sound is the key. Whether it's the use of it, whether it's the deprivation of it, sound is the answer. But right now, you can't make a sound. Not alone.
Shepard will look to the others, and seeing that they haven't quite figured it out yet, trying what they might be trying, thinking what they might be thinking, will move over to Mist and placing a heavy hand on Mist's shoulder will try to draw Mist's attention and will begin to slowly, in a way that would be easy to mimic or mouth along or read the lips, start to tell a story, the story of their shared meeting in Middle Carolina. The idea being he's trying to see if Mist will echo with him.
Okay. As you are speaking slowly, making sure to over enunciate and make sure your mouth is easy to read, Miss, I need you to give me a wits and insight. I'll even give you intelligence and insight if that's a better roll for you.
No, wits is perfectly fine by me.
I'm gonna go to Charles's backpack and pull out the notebook I usually carry with me with like the pen attached to it. And kind of just look to Shepherd and then look to Mist and just hold it out to Mist.
Charles huffs like the pack mule he's become on this journey, crossing his arms as you're going through the bag, inside wishing there was something to fight or punch or do, something that is his best suit, but being left without. You withdraw the notebook and pen and bring it over. Mist, what'd you get?
Uno.
Maybe it's too much enunciation or too much lip movement, but you can't quite read what he's saying.
It's the glabro, like partial jaw. It's not flapping right. As Mist sort of furrows his brow and nods before returning the pat, like, I can't understand you, he says silently.
Shepard sort of shakes his head and it grows more frustrated by this, unsure of how to immediately solve the problem without being able to tell Mist why he's wrong.
There's a pen and paper available to you. The silence as it continues to hold this area in a stranglehold is so frustrating. So frustrating, in fact, everybody gains a rage.
As that anger sets in, Shepard will try to grab Mist's jaw and move it with his, forcing the problem if he can.
Mist will, a bit irritated as well, gaining the rage as it happens before I assume he sees the pen and paper getting pulled out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. As he, makes a loose, like, grabby hand motion for it,
I'll pass. Yeah, I'll pass it over.
he'll begin writing more or less where he vaguely remembers it coming off and goes like, oh, the three, the three things here. If we are to set this cairn anew, we must no doubt reforge the spiritual essence that once bind it. We must speak of our own, not of the past, of sacrifice, of vigilance, and of grief.
Shepard taps a clawed finger across "We must speak," and then presses that same clawed finger against Mist's cheek.
He nods.
And then he'll
And
try to start from the beginning again.
assuming there's only really one story to tell in this, he will likewise, perhaps not as cleanly, given that the rivalry still exists, recall his experiences with a rival pack in the Middle Umbra and how they always seem to lag behind.
As the two of you start speaking together, the silence shudders, but not enough to give up its hold, as the voices come out as
Shepard will look over with frustrated eyes at Jester, continuing to mouth the story to keep the effect going, and trying to speak slowly enough that Jester might pick it out, maybe be able to read the story from their lips while also intuiting what comes next.
Going to watch them for a minute. I will try to intuit.
Give me a wits and insight.
Two successes.
As you start to speak, reading his lips as he's talking very slowly, the noise starts to become more discernible. Still muffled, still like a staticky radio broadcast. But it starts to break through. Charles, seeing what's happening, starts to follow your lead and do the same thing, and it becomes even more clear. Mist, as you hear the noise starting to clear up, you actually hear what Shepard is saying, the story he's telling. And easily enough, you also join in. And as you do, the fog that has rolled in, the silence, starts to part, pushing away, going down the tunnels. Now, this isn't the solution. This has bought you time. Story of vigilance, story of sacrifice, story. But more importantly than that, personal story. You don't all need to do all three, but at least one of you has to speak to each pillar. Your own personal emotion. And even more importantly than that, Mist, one that you've come to terms with. Not one that's lingering, not one that's still, eating away at you, but one you have accepted. Because what you've been able to tell is that these pillars are about the acceptance of emotion, letting it in and nurturing it, not rejecting it, not pushing it away. Thus the silence.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll look to both of them. So we each gonna take one. Which one works best for both of you?
Mist
Unless you
looks to
want me to do
Shepard.
them all, but I don't know if we have that time.
Shepard growls at the time comment and at Mist. If only to free us from this room quicker, so that we might not all die here. And he moves over to the pillar of vigilance, and he drops down onto a knee, and he looks like he's trying to let go in that moment, as it's been explained to him. That last thread of regret. He takes a deep breath, and he says, "This post, this journey I am here on with you, I accept it, and I will not leave this post. Even when my," and he shudders some, "when my strength might be used elsewhere, for it has been dedicated here. And the death of those I love is outside of the reach of this oath." And he thinks on and speaks of the night he stayed behind and the raid he did not attend, where his mentor died.
As you speak, you spend a willpower as you are forcing your will outwards, making sure your voice can be heard, your story can be heard, but also taking in that feeling once more. Less so the story about the loss of your mentor, but the carrying on with this quest, carrying on with this particular endeavor, despite the fact that you have been rejecting this from the very beginning. Now that you have promised to see it through, not abandon this post, to truly dedicate yourself to the cause, vigilant. The stones of this word that have been now assembled although slightly out of order, Miss, you reorder them, knit together to form the word in full. Vigilance. 2 more remain.
I'll look to Mist.
Mist will nod, and as, he takes his steps forward, he'll stand next to Shepard, because I assume they're sort of in a line, perhaps, or...
Yeah, there's one right after another.
Yeah, as he looks down to his kneeling fellow elder, goes, Shepherd Hunter, true Galliard you are, to sing of such vigilance. And though I do not have the words as you can sing to Luna, I instead will tell of sacrifice. 2 that I have already accepted. 1, when, as many Garu do, I was forced to send the life I knew, the only life I had known, behind, to follow forth with the grand Umbra, pursuing the mighty spirit Star Clutcher into the graceful talons of Owl. And it is then that even now I look back and know what I have lost is not something to be mourned, for I have gained a great duty in the preservation of Gaia and the spirits.
As you exert the will to make the words come forth, word sacrifice is reformed, stone knitting itself back together. Oh boy, Jester, this has been a emotion you have visited far too often. Question is, have you accepted it? Truly accepted it? Is there a part of you that still aches? Part of you that still hasn't quite dealt with this feeling? It's your turn. Talk of grief.
I think this is a moment there's too many stories. I made a mistake once. Many times, but this particular one ended up getting a fellow Garu killed. And Ryder was a lot of things, but he was protective. He was an Arun, so kind of goes with that. He talked me into going to do a jailbreak in which he sacrificed himself so that I could free my friends and get out. And afterwards, his ghost stayed with me for a very long time. And I had to deal with not only my grief at his loss and the other losses I have felt in my life, but all of his loss and all of his memories and emotions. We kind of didn't get along when he was alive, but as he stayed with me, I kind of looked at him as like that weird uncle that you have, kind of cool, but still kind of a jackass. And eventually, my pack and I helped him accomplish the unfinished business he had of killing the leech that had killed his sept and him. And he was able to move on. And I'm very happy for him that he is in a better place.
As you exert the will, having dealt with this pain before, one of the few that you actually got to deal with in a way that is distinctly Guru, the last word, grief, comes together. With this, silence dismissed, stories told, path is open to you forward. Moving on, deeper into the cairn. You reach a point where the Umbra and the real world converge. Become one. What you see on one side isn't a distorted version of the other. It is, in fact, the same across both sides. This is the fallen Croatan heart. The heart of the cairn. The problem with this particular heart is that it is overgrown, collapsed, crumbled, spiritually and physically. Elements of decay cling to the stones that make up this area. Dust coats every surface. For all intents and purposes, it no longer beats. What do you do?
Is there any immediate sense that the space beyond is perhaps been disturbed recently?
I would say no. I don't think you even have to roll for it. This is an ancient destruction and has remained pretty much the same this entire time. Yes, the Banes found their way in, but they can only influence so much. This is literally the cost. Seeds that have been sown by the death of the Camazotz, by the loss and sacrifice of the Croatan, by the capture of White Bat.
Does it look pretty much the same on the Umbral side?
It's exactly the same. The two have become one. There is no photo negative. There is the same photo laid over.
Oh, cool. I'm just gonna take the glasses off at this point. Walk to the center.
Mist will follow at her flank.
You came too late. As they all did. As you look, the formation of collapsed rock moves, building on top of itself as if awaking from a slumber or a long coma. An earth elemental rises. A spirit taken form in both sides as rocks piled atop one another, almost in a man-like form. Its movements are the soundings of grinding stones. Now, Jester, on your studies of the Croatan spirits, on your studies at the cairn, you know that they were a very earth-centric tribe. So working with an earth elemental spirit, maybe even having one as a guardian, was not unheard of. That they would work with such spirits to help construct the magnificent cairns such as this one in the past. But this one, a tool without a job, a servant without a master, abandoned, forgotten, and in this way, too late to do anything about it. It rises up, and as it stands, it looms in most of the cavern itself, standing 20, 30 feet tall. It looms overhead, blocking the path, not allowing you to move to the what could be assumed is the final chamber. The most sacred place. What do you do?
Look up at him. I am sorry that we did not arrive beforehand. We made many mistakes. But Gaia still lives. So I would like a chance to rectify those mistakes.
Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Do I feel any of the ancestors here? Could I call upon using my ancestors?
Beautiful thing about ancestors is they don't have to be present because they are a memory. They are a story. They are a song. And as long as you carry that song and story with you, you can never be separated.
Okay. I would like to use my ancestors, so I'm gonna roll real quick.
Yeah?
I only got one, so I'll add an extra die. But it's going to persuasion.
Yeah?
I got 5 successes. Oh wait,
As,
6 successes, sorry.
as you accept the guilt, the responsibility of the entire Guru nation, of those Guru that remained after the fall, of those that carried on. As you claim, or at least acknowledge, the Guru's failures, to the Croatan, to the spirits, to the Kamazats, the hulking form acknowledges. Long have I waited. Long have I watched. Long have I kept vigil when there was nothing to keep vigil of. Forgotten, abandoned, betrayed. No more. What lies beyond is what remains. You remember. You acknowledge. And you will tell our story. You may pass. And with that, the rocky formation settles back into its position, lowering itself to the ground until it disperses into the boulders of which it's made, piled, without a pattern, without form, upon the stony ground. At this point, as you're looking over the rocks, you hear from the chamber beyond, a screech pierces the stillness. The walls shake under its heavy noise. I'd like all of you to make a dexterity and athletics roll as rocks start to tumble from the ground. Or from the sky down to the ground.
A clarification for Mist, because the Silent Strider is add a die to athletics or stealth for traversal, escape, infiltration. Would this be traversal or no?
I'd let it be escape, actually, since you are escaping danger, so I'll give you that for this one.
I got 4 successes.
Six successes for Shepard, 3 successes for Mist. As the rocks drop to the ground, shattering upon impact as they hit the floor, all of you are able to avoid any kind of injury or issue, sidestepping or moving out of the way. As the shaking settles, the way in front of you is clear. Further into the deep, further into the darkness. At this point, the cavern has become so dark that unless you use gifts that can give you light or provide some source of light, you will not be able to continue forward, or you will do so blindly.
Shepard approaches Jester again, this time less hostility in his voice as he says, "All of this was to keep you from that. Do not falter now. The bat does not need eyes."
I should have trained more on this. I don't have any gifts, so I'm going to go forward blindly.
As you move into the inky darkness, no sight, only sound leads your path. You got something for me there, Shepard?
Shepard, this time, instead of ahead or behind or prowling around and watching, is shoulder to shoulder with Jester, moving carefully and making sure not to lose each other.
With Shepard butting up with Jester, Mist will also spend this opportunity as the darkness begins to consume to activate one final gift, which is Eyes of the Owl. And
activate the gift, your eyes glowing yellow. You can see the way.
Yeah, with this newfound sight, although we haven't necessarily had to worry about it, he is now paying particular attention to Xander and Charles.
Charles, stoic as ever, looked like he was preparing for a fight with the rock thing, but then having been denied again another chance to do battle with a large creature that he'll probably never encounter again, he disappointedly is shuffling along behind, and you can actually see the yellow glow in his eyes as well as he has activated Eyes of the Owl. Xander is a different story. Xander, with the shriek, has gone into a fetal position and is openly weeping as he is murmuring to something that isn't there.
Mist will reach over, and though he only really had a major conversation on the trail leading up, reach a hand out and go, "It is time, as destiny often is, to answer when we are not ready. I have a feeling, whatever state awaits for White Bat, you will be a key part in ensuring the voices stop. Can you keep going?"
Give me a resolve or composure and persuasion, as you will be lending him some of your will, as you will be trying to bolster his spirits with your own. How sturdy and steady are you to be that base?
3.
I don't know.
Trace.
I don't know if I Okay. And he reaches out and takes your hand and unsteadily stands on weakened knees, knocking together, dropping to a knee, but still lifting himself up. As you look upon him, he's almost fully transformed into his bat form, but still bears the distinct features of a man. And he looks surprisingly young. Even with the grotesqueness of a bat's features, he looks like a lost child in a dark and scary cave.
Can I can hear that conversation, right?
Yeah.
You okay, Xander?
I don't know. We have to keep going. We've gone
You
this
want me to
far.
carry you?
Oh, I can walk. Slowly. Walk.
Okay.
So, those in the front, without any kind of dark vision or sight, I need you to make me a dexterity and awareness check. As you can't
would like to
see, but
shift
you're going to
into
go by
Glabro.
feel. Okay?
Before I go forth.
Okay. Make the rage check.
Not that it wouldn't have been bad to actually lose that rage, but you know.
Okay, 4 successes for
I got
Shepard.
3.
3 successes. Okay, it's slow moving, and you find yourself stubbing your toe on rocks occasionally, whether you hit the cave wall or I believe it's stalagmites that come up or stalactites.
Stalactites are at top, stalagmites.
Stalagmite. Okay, so
Bottom.
I was right. As you stub your toe on a stalagmite occasionally, you don't find yourself hitting any points of danger. However, those with the dark vision can see that they are skirting the edge of a pit. Had they wandered in recklessly or blindly, they would have fallen to who knows where. But eventually, crossing this land bridge, hugging the wall, they reach the final cavern. Once you emerge into the cavern, the darkness recedes as a spiritual glow illuminates the area. Against the wall, wings spread, is a gigantic white bat. Its mouth is frozen in a scream, a screech. Its wings are pinned to the wall by this webbing, holding it in place. Despite the fact that its mouth is unmoving, keeping that same terrifying screech, a voice can be heard echoing in all of your minds. It was my duty to protect them, preserve them, to grant them shelter and guidance. They're gone anyway. Lost anyway. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to acknowledge it. But it is so. My pact is broken, and I have failed. As
We
you
all
stand
heard
there, everybody heard it.
Oh, yeah.
And it actually starts over again and repeats the same saying as if this has been on loop, on repeat, possibly for a millennia. At least hundreds of years.
Mist, who can see, will glance over to the direction of Jester and Shepherd before reaching out with a hand and trying to align them towards the, giant bat on the wall and speak to them in as much detail as he can, just describing the situation that they maybe can't see.
Oh, they can see. The darkness dispersed as they made it into the cavern.
Okay. My
It was
apologies
just that
then.
bridge.
Okay, got it. But still, hand on Shepherd's shoulder in this case, and goes, "Our mission here, our journey has not been for naught, Shepherd Hunter.
We have come this way, but the act is now upon us.
Is it immediately obvious that the
Failures?
webs appear to be the source of vexation for the bat?
The webs are definitely a problem, for sure. It is the webs of Banes, for sure. It's the work of the worm, holding them at bay, driving their madness. But it's not the only problem, because while the physical obtrusion is evident, the spiritual one lies within. Because what they're saying is true. The Camazotz died. The Croatan died. As a cairn guardian, a cairn totem, it's their duty to protect these things, preserve these. A duty that they have failed in, as there is nothing preserved, nothing protected. All gone. And with Bat having turned to the dark side, as it were, turned to the service of the worm, they are alone in this duty. Especially for the Camazotz.
She's caught in a mental spiral. Like, I've experienced it before. I'm gonna step forward. Failure's not the end of everything. Gaia actually still surprises. She's brought another Camazotz about, someone who does need protecting. We fail, we learn, and we rectify mistakes we've made. And we try to do better in the future.
Possible. What you speak is impossible. For without that, and even if it were possible, I will only fail them also.
Only if you really believe that. I'll look back and reach a hand out to Xander to try to pull him forward.
Xander has dropped to his knees and is just staring up at the contained bat.
I'll go and step behind him and put my hand on his shoulders. Bat may be lost, but Xander has been strong enough to fight his influence, but he needs help. None of us are monoliths, not even spirits. We can't do it on our own, but we're a bit stronger together.
You may bring in replacements, but as long as nothing changes, the result will be the same. Death, destruction, end.
That's why I'm
Cannot
trying to
replace
change
what we've lost. And I cannot guide him alone. I cannot guide all of them alone. In that I failed.
Who else do you need?
I don't know.
I will help.
I think Mist will likewise step forward and go. Your wails have long disturbed the lands around here, and for so long, Morgantown has seen to it that this place was a dark prison where only the worm dwelled. I do not need to remind you likewise of the affairs of the Garu Nation, what led to your abandonment here. But I, Mist over the hills, and as he begins to get very formal with his spirit wear, his spiritual chatter, will assumably begin a rite of abjuration, because there's obviously something a bit deeper wrong with Whitebat. And he will look to the rest of the Garu here and to Xander to sort of assist him as he begins trying to ply the spiritual end more than words.
I will assist.
Shepard steps forward without reluctance.
Charles goes to join in. And Xander also tries to help, but Xander will not contribute a die to this pool. However, you can add rage dice for every assistant in this rite. So that would be 3 extra rage dice for Charles, Shepard, and Jester on top of your pool.
Honor occult.
As he's doing this, Um, some of us do want change. We see that this is a never-ending cycle of death and loss. And we continue to lose. And we see that if we want to beat back the worm, we need change. We need to change.
5 successes on the rite of abjuration. The binds that are holding that against the wall start to fray and then snap. One after another, they break apart in rapid succession until the spirit drops from the wall. Forcing itself up using joints that have been paralyzed for who knows how long. It rises from its fallen place and says, "You will assist shepherding this world in a new way. If you truly pledge yourself to act as guardians with me, there is one condition. This place shall not, cannot be rebuilt. Instead, let it be dedicated as a memorial to those that were lost, so that we never make that mistake again. So no tribe must sacrifice itself. So no greed must be driven to the point of extinction. Not again. What say you?
Mist will look over to Shepherd Hunter as his fellow elder for this area. Technically, we're the caretakers, and with a sort of stern nod, already in amazement that, as far as a theurge, he's done a once-in-a-lifetime deed, and looks to you with a soft nod of course, right?
Shepard returns the look to Mist and then looks to the white bat and says, "As tender of this place, I will maintain my duty. It will be kept memorial."
As keeper of this land, I too will endeavor to ensure my duties do not and always preserve the serenity of this place.
This is not my home, but I will still stand with you. And as keeper of the silver record, I will carry the stories of those who fell here and the mistakes they were made, so that we may learn. And I'm going to spread it. There may be a few of us now, but I'm going to make sure we grow in number and we change.
This is no longer a home. Not anymore. But the lesson, message, is more than just a story. do not need to remain in a solitary place for the message to be carried. All of Gaia is our home. So whether you're here, at that point they look to Mist and Shepherd. Whether you're elsewhere, duty can be fulfilled. Guardianship can be shared. Long have I remained at the source of my failure. Now that it has been cleansed, I will see what the world has become in my absence. At that point, the bat moves forward to Xander, who looks up, his eyes red from constant weeping, but his face calm, his forehead smooth, other than his raised eyebrows. Looking upon him, he's just a human. A lanky, normal human. Not partially shifted as he's been this whole time. Just him. Bat unfurls her wings and wraps them around Xander. My child, you have returned. And I will never lose you again. For though we dwell in darkness, we keep the light within. And as she completely encloses around him, you hear another screech, similar to the one you've been hearing, but far distant. The screech of bat, as it is cut off from one of its children. The connection severed. I would take my child with me for a time, as they are the last, the only, and they must be protected and preserved, taught and cleansed. But when the time comes, they will be at your side. They will be with you.
Okay.
As you command, Great Spirit.
As they unfurl their wings again, you see just a little bat, actual bat size, actual bat shape. White bat unfurls its wings once more and starts to flap. And the cave echoes the sound all throughout. And as it lifts off the ground, Xander follows with, his little wings beating to keep up. And the two of them fly skyward, where White Bat punches a hole through the wall. And the moonlight shines in. For long have you been in this cave, and night has fallen. But Luna shines down upon your efforts and your success. as Mist and Shepherd remain behind to be the tenders, the consecrators, and the creators of this memorial. Jester will now make the journey back to Florida, having fulfilled her purpose, having restored a totem spirit. But she'll do so without the constant chattering Xander, at least for a while. This is where our story comes to a close this evening. But not without one last theme. We find ourselves at Piney Point. Its glittering magnificence, clean and pure. It is pristine, ready for inspection. But with no one there to inspect, the illusion melts away in a green light. And what's revealed beyond is horrifying. Where there were employees walking about their jobs, they are replaced by infected monstrosities. Those that have been encountered multiple times before. The building isn't clean stone. Instead, it is mildewy and rotted. In the greenhouse, the exotic plants that were once beautiful become terrifying creations. Some ejecting a yellow mist of spores. Others craving flesh as they open their jaws filled with sharpened, pointy, silvery teeth, gnashing and gnarling. As we move through to the clean room, anything but clean. Dark, foul. And the changelings that are locked within a cell are in tattered and wrinkled clothing, and are surrounded by filth. We see a door appear that leads beyond the extent of the building. It leads to the arena. The arena that once housed a vined monstrosity, now slain by the Sept. But something else has taken residence within the pit. Or should I say, several somethings. As a group of Guru, infected and gnarled in their war forms, wait. And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home who stuck with us through this extra long session. And a special thank you to Nick and Knack for being our guest stars. Keep your eyes peeled because this is not the last time you're going to see them. However, they may be wearing a different face when you do. We'll be back on Friday with another episode of Hellhounds. Then we'll be back next Tuesday with Rage Across Tampa. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Have a lovely evening. This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production, produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. Visit our website at stpbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening, and until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.